we're gonna have enough jam this morning. And yeah, for me, coffee just black most of the time. Every now and then I'll sweeten it up, but that's a rare occasion. Yeah, Joanna, for a moment there, I thought that comment you made about the way you've been working, I thought that was Forsaken King. I thought that was him. He's usually working, working, working. And then I saw the comments. I had to scroll back up and be like, oh, wait a second. I saw that wrong. There was somewhere I got in my life, and I saw people at a particular age. They had, in many different ages, they had broken their backs, so to speak. I mean, not physically, not literally, but like just speaking on the regular, they couldn't do what they did. They exhausted themselves out, and it took a toll on them. And it stopped their activity altogether. And I found that's what I was doing. I'd push myself and push myself and push myself. We all do what we gotta do, so I'm not telling you to live any differently or do anything different. Just make sure your flash starts kicking, you start sitting. Or something to reverse the effects. They got, yeah, the Discord got going, and I apologize because I see the email name, and then I come over and I see a different name over here, and I'm like, I forget who's who. But somebody did the work and set up the Discord, and they've asked for my help a couple of times, and I'm like, I can learn new systems when I got things out of my way and I'm in class and I'm doing nothing but learning those systems. And so that was somebody else setting that up and getting that going, and they totally asked me, and I was like, yeah, and they did some stuff and whatnot. Anyways, that's someone's project and on Discord, and I really appreciate their efforts, and people can enjoy that. I don't even know the different things offered on Discord, so you can make phone calls and stuff like that. So I'm imagining it's a mixture of a few different apps coming into one little pile of goodness. Thanks, bro. Thanks for saying your game. Yeah, the money's good. Like for myself, back in the day, I was 15, and so they limited how much I could work, and I turned 16. Whatever happened or something. And I found out my mom, she had a ring in pawn, she had a bill, the water bill was backed up, the rent bill was overdue, like by a month or two. I mean, everything was backed up, all the bills she owed and owed and owed. And everybody, my dad and everybody else had left before me. And I was like, not me. No, I'm not doing that to her. And so I worked and I worked and I worked and I worked and I worked. And I, I literally, I saw the sun come up the McDonald's drive-through window, and I saw the sun go down every single day, back to back to back to back to back to back to back. I worked that long double shifts over and over. People didn't show up. Ah, it's cool, I'll cover it. Ah, yeah, sweet, thanks. No worries. And so I was able to rack up overtime like wazoo, man. I got my mom's ring out of pawn. I got all the bills caught up. We were eating out the Outback Steakhouse, and money wasn't a problem no more. Good. You good, Mom? All right. And then I could slow down and I didn't have to work so much. I could go back to just maintaining and taking care of what the regular incoming costs and expenses were. So we all have different reasons and just different motives, things we want to clear out. Here's something I realized. I'm sharing it for myself. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm not even recommending you what to do. I'm just sharing my own. That whole debt system, I follow my parents' lead. My father and my mother, I follow the example set before me. If somebody is saying this and saying this, but they're doing something different, oh, okay, I see how they're operating. And to the best of their ability, I guess whatever they get to do, I get to do too. That's the fair rule. I mean, if they're not getting locked up or thrown in jail or done wrong or justice coming in, something, I guess it's on the rule book for me to do it too. The whole world's in debt. The whole world owes money that they ain't even printed yet. If you can value money to paper and not gold and silver and real elements, they can do things. But to each their own, for each one, as people would like to take on their challenges and make everything correct. You know what's funny? In my own vein of 2 cents of things, I've been thinking about it for a while. And there's that whole scripture that says, pay into Caesar what belongs to Caesar. Well, if I ain't got it, I ain't being a slave to get it. I know the trick of slavery, just a different perspective of mine, but you're still stuck in a role doing a job for another man, woman, whatever. I can't pay back what I don't have. And what man has deemed just by the charge of interest, I have found the divine interest rate really that only really like belongs to karma, man. Like even Anpu Anubis, he's the one weighing the heart against the feather and all that. He's just weighing it. He's just checking it out. He's just measuring things. He ain't declaring. He's not like, you're bad because I decided. No. Everybody's, and then Tahuti is just writing stuff down. And Mahatch is just letting everybody in the world know. Teach their own. But that's the bit of the reality things is some people, they're not done. Like, they still have youth, vigor, drive. It could be any age. And if they want to chase after something, then by all means, follow your heart. Chase after what you love. We're gonna get to these blessings in a moment. I just felt my legs kind of like saying I need to stretch a little bit, so I'm just stretching a little bit before we get started on that. But I know I have my perspectives and I know I have my choices that I'm going to make personally. And I don't think those choices should, I don't think everybody should follow it. I don't think people should follow it per se. I mean, again, teach their own because each path is unique. And that that comes into respecting where somebody is and not trying to change them, not trying to say, oh, you need to do it my way. Oh, you need to you need to change what you're doing. I grew up in my life for so many years with that kind of mentality. That wasn't any good. I know that much. It was not truly effective because I wasn't seeing my own path. If I'm busy looking at everybody else and saying, "Oh, you should go this way. Oh, you should go that way," how the hell do I know where the heck I'm going? I can only look at one path at a time. I mean, truly. That's why I do like putting things together. Like a bunch of different paths that could intersect, and normally they never would come together, they'd never meet. But in this circumstance, they have an opportunity not just to meet, but create something amazing. Thank you for your patience. I normally sit directly on my heel. Like, the bowl of the heel is literally at the center of my tush. And it just rests. And it's just something I've been led to do spiritually. I've been doing since December. Nobody taught me, nobody showed me, just jumped into my, no, maybe January, December or January this year, or January this year. And anyways, my ankle's been like going this way. Maybe I'll change legs today. See how that one feels. And that's one of the biggest challenges that people seem to have. I don't know, for me, I guess it was an obstacle, but not as big as an obstacle. But the opinions of others, I just literally, the small, tall, and skinny of it is that they ain't been a part of my life and they ain't seen it all, and I frankly don't care to explain every bit out to every person I meet. You know, like I share here, and we're doing our thing, and that's an awesome thing. But eh, somebody that has a mind that is proficient in their field of study, and they make an observation of my life, and they bring in their field of study, and they say, this is my evaluation, this is what I see, this is what I would like to tell you. I'm happy to hear that information. I want to hear it, whether it's negative or positive. I had one person come up to me because giving people I was asking people to read my book or whatnot, and one dude, I gave him a copy of my book, or he bought a copy. I think he bought a copy actually, and he gave me feedback. He was the first one to actually read it and come back and give me feedback, and he said, I don't like this aspect. And it was something that I repeated throughout the book, literally repeated throughout the book. And he was like, by the end of it, it's like, I'm like, I really didn't like that. And so I literally took that repetition out, and I reformatted the book, so it solidified the information that I wanted to repeat, but did not repeat it verbatim and gave it a new structure completely, and changed things up, and it is what it is now. And so I was very happy for that proper review, that proper criticism. Though when I know somebody has not had that type of education, they have not begun to study it. They don't mention books, they don't mention names, don't mention times, they don't mention dates, they don't mention regions of the world. Very particular subject matters are going to come up when you know your shit. Very specific words will come up even if you're not familiar with them, that people are going to say, and because they know what they're talking about. So they're going to talk about all those little things. And so when somebody with me does, when I notice that, and I know they're not just making their shit up along the way as they go, then I want to hear what they have to say. Their opinion is valued to me. But if they don't, and they haven't, if they haven't studied, if they don't have an actual educated uh, uh, um, construct or view, or words to share, or opinion, I don't even care for it, because it's like a child walking up to me and questioning my entire existence as if I owed it to him or something. Like, nah, I, I'm gonna keep living my life. I'm sure you got a mom and dad gonna. There they come. Hi. All right. I'm gonna start at 5:30 here. We'll give it a couple minutes. That sounds groovy. And so essentially, the blessings that I'm gonna read over here in a couple of minutes is from cultures from around the world, from ancient Egypt, Kemet, to India, Hindu, to Sumerian, Sanskrit, um, ancient Japanese, ancient Chinese. And I found in this world that for anything to truly be effective, you gotta apply multiple solutions. One clean through ain't enough for anything in this world. I mentioned this before. My dad, he used to clean windows. I go clean windows with him. And remember, one thing he taught me, experience we had, first job he ever did for this new company, whatever the case, but their windows, they haven't had them cleaned or anything. So it took extra time. He had to scrub, he had to work to get those windows clean. He charged more money for the first time. For everybody, he charged more money for the first time. And it was because it took more effort. He had to do more applications in order to get the dirt, the grime off the windows. But once he had it clean, then he would go back every week. And each place, shoot, he could knock it out fast as a whip practically. Bam, bam, bam, bam, bam, bam, bam. Because the windows were maintained and they were cleaned on a regular basis. The grime didn't have time to accumulate anymore. And that's what things in the world take if we truly wish and desire to effect a change that is going to be lasting. Is applying those multiple solutions and some of these blessings. That's one of the additional reasons of why I brought them together in the format that I brought them in. Addressing elements, stars, planetary, celestial, protection, Divine Father, Divine Mother, and the entire Divine Family, essentially. For as much as I've included thus far, anyways. Circle now, reconjure thee, that thou mayest the boundary be between the world of men we know and what the mighty one shall show. A guardian and protection be, for power we shall raise in thee. Preserve, contain it in thy sphere, to aid the work we shall do here. So have we consecrated these who may our circle, blessed be. Sky and sun and sea and earth, teach us, give our wisdom birth. Sun and sea and earth and sky, with your powers gather nigh. Sea and earth and sky and sun, all together four is one. Earth and sky and sun and sea, join us as we call to thee. Loving Lady, mighty Lord, by cup and shield and wand and sword, we ask your presence and your light to bless the work we do this night. Light and darkness, day and night, I bid you collide, to rekindle these warrior spirits, breath of life into their bosom cause, having their wrongs. Arise, warriors of the past, pick up your swords and prepare to do this battle. Spirits of darkness arising with the powers of wind, Baal, fight the blight, this be darkened night in our right. Zekia Kampazi, Ana Kampazi, Dingakia Kampazi, Dingarana Kampa. Hear me, all that I summon forth my name. Come to me by your head, call and answer my most urgent plea, most graciously through matrimony, most harmoniously through a loving family. Renos y sekio we was on futura de hetio shall hendu situ kai for futigen was maha pratsu give us the tolls I beat it to witty bisharkins and Solomon. On by Shramataya Suwakum Pashamanataya Savar, Nunanina no Granadina Naran, Dumon Shinshron, Nishanaimi, Teriasuakom, Shanaya, and Trayazva, Engon Brum, onde Taparatano Sua, onde Trashi Yatrashi Varanasva, Ruda, Kring on Donning Tung, Chong on Cranking Krong Hong, Chong Shing Chong, on Habashar Mateas Wagom, Hayam by Shana Mateas, Baha, La, Kring on Kong Hong, on Amakushana Mandan, Kan, Namahas Mata, Pasharam Ham, Ha, who had here, Kring on Kong Hong. Nagamari nyap suwa ko mangyayari ang mayazwa Suring kong kingrong on hino kachara patay suwagong jorti hinchendo gichibariswa nunam nina kringong pamipong on shari chipari suwagong shishai paratayazwa Kung ranking grung una pasha bom suwa ko manangharti buba bibu ber bor ber bor oba buba berong gamen Renos is a kill was on Putura, the head Herusha, Hensu Seruka, Cortigen was Maha, Toratsu people said the dolls I paid to who the Pishakins and a Sarapman. Para Shukushu Paruru, Kilma, Kapar Mamua, La Bo, Poco Gana, Rabo, Garana, Pareko, Sarabok, Stanabala, Sarabok, Rico, and Belulu, Moshanabo, Poruni, you can campan Belulu, Golo, Col, Egarapadish, Kilok, Bolo, Gilma, Mashu, Suluma, Bobo, Maruka, Agaziku, Gigima, Campan, Amruba, Kalamuzi, Pinaki, Lanus, Mashanana, as our rolling Barmaratu, Sisi, Mashinana, Aruna, Aramangi, to Muduku, Rataki, Lulu, Sidor. Kinman kai kolej korneni ki korne baru der ke kere na pala ku panu tu ka mas persana sakari masti sharu mala pa kada glu gotor marata kot bo maru tu ko ra kurios saru ru barmas kim tu deri gu kim lu garan men ki panu tu ku na re lu garan men ki pan ropishu saru ru immuno pana tha tu sari mas garanu sul mora do bo ona do bo Gibirba in a Taramada Daga to Kumashamashi, Sorai Mashona Gorsu, Kori Mashros, Serapatik, Zukanpa, Lugalap, Bora, Boy, Kingu Bararimu, Waru, Kakudamu, Niluam, Kashti. We are Isaru Nofras, whom is found perfect before the Nathanumid of Kamiel Shenju. We have said these are the elements of our body, perfected through suffering, glorified through trial. The scent of the dying roses as the repressed sigh of our suffering, and the flame red fire is the energy of our undaunted will. And the cup of wine is the pouring out of the blood of our heart, sacrificed unto regeneration, unto the newer life. And the bread and salt are as the foundations of our body, which we destroy in order that they may be renewed. For we are also triumphant, even also Ronofras, the justified one. We are he who is clothed with the body of flesh, yet in whom flames the spirit of the eternal Nathanum of Kamiel Shin. We are the Lord of life. We are triumphant over death, and whosoever partaketh with us shall arise. We are the manifester and matter of those whose abode is the invisible. We are the purified. We stand upon the multiverse. We are its reconciliator with the eternal Natanamitabkamielshintu. We are the perfecter of matter, and without us the multiverse is not. Hail to Hooty, making victorious assault over his enemies on the night that of battle, and of making the fettering of the Sabal. Day that of destroying the enemies of Nebar Tashar, night that of making the stand, the Jet and Jet to salutation of power, Father, Mother, Supreme Being, who comes as Tahuti. Thanks for the words divine. Our will, mind, and heart belongs to you. Our heart belongs to you. As Tahuti Samankarar or Sar, Kapta Karpuian or Bo, or in Arit Sot Sabo, Hirupun, Temtu Kapta, no Nebar Tashar. Corpoian so hoja jed tu inishra tinetef metrin tam turti tu armatu metropai parni tu aparni tu. Empress of the skies, heavenly queen, beloved all said her heart is keen from darkness to be released to connect with our power and deepest peace. Bless us that this may be so in accordance with Aru's plan that we grow. Beloved queen, clothe us in your authority and light. We now claim our spiritual birthright. Goddess Kemetonket, whom loves us, protect us now. We rest in your heart of love and peace. So be it. All Soronofras will confirm. Lady Olset and Nev Olsora, be shining bright. Support our Merkaba, build our collective body of light. We are in your protection now, and from harm we are free. Align us now with our inner divinity. Through our own free will as beings of light, we now allow our Merkaba to alight. Arising from below and descending from above, penetrate darkness too with divine light and love. Merkaba protection, body and spirit is one. Fragmentation and disconnection are now forever undone. Lilikim linush kirilis taxare pertu marticuli kartukni usually be ialo armeshi kemesh, esari lusayansi yamilera turmurgirish. Isa riega biesha ziriga dupiara laka isa oriega limutunu kimakutri litili shami yaisa Yeinai Zumbriar Riega, Ina Zumbriar Biesha, Ina Zumbriar Zirike, Ina Zumbriar Dupiera, Ina Zumbriar Laka, Ina Zumbriar Tatara, Ina Zumbriar Yatadex, Ina Zumbriar Takaruba, Ina Zumbriar Tasarnika, Nish, Maskaptulu, Tamatunu Nish, and Keeper Kimri Lutamatunu Nish, Duk Mashmasha Lani Lutamatunu Nish. Ish borika mekunu hamatunu ina zumri alu taprasama iya artun en I bar nenim neni ba perik ga baez aga baez ba agabor ba baez ba perik benenim neni ba roneni ya korboria rim ba garim by Gora ki yaksakake ki asaktuti ki asoru ki ketodu ya Shrim Hrim Vajrabarkan Hrim Hrim Vatsvaha Shrim Hrim Hrim Vajrabarkan Hrim Hrim Vatsvaha Shrim Hrim Hrim Vajrabarkan Hrim Hrim Vatsvaha Shrim Hrim Hrim Vajrabarkan Hrim Hrim Vatsvaha Hrim Shrim Hrim Vajrabarkan Hrim Hrim Vatsvaha Hrim Shrim Hrim Hrim Vajrabarkan Hrim Hrim Vatsvaha Hrim Shrim Hrim Hrim Vajrabarkan Hrim Hrim Vatsvaha Anushubam Giga Tsuki Shargiga Gorsha Sara Mada Yani Guru Kalam Sniku Dingarnena Puruna Churnuku Yasha Shugmur Utu Ziana Kampazi Kia Kampakalu Bara Randhar Bara Ashak Bara Gikim Bara Alor Bara Telor Bara Maskin Bara Utu Bara Ipapara Lalatu Bara Lalasu Bara Koru Bara Uruku Bara Kelkolor Bara Lilitu Bara Utu Solatin Nazu Lala Solatin Nazu Gikim Solatin Nazu Mula Solatin Nazu Tingis Etin Nazu Maskim Soladin Nazu Bare Din Nazu Ziana Kampazi Kia Kampa Munisiga Bare Ye Nagisha Short Gishno Orma Shaka Bare Ye Zigarsha Barnai Sai Sharman Zigaram Sayen in the Re Sharki Upu Agam Agbarn Dianam dea sarasavito mande yamanda yaparte nariana sachi siri sana seni vista ke oropan makul kuro lapan kariti hari heran maya paputur sangka kara namaskavan mantra om hrom tra yart nama om hrim berpar ya nama om hrum suya yart nama om hrim pernaver nama om hrom kudarka nama om hrom pusar nama om hrom yarang par harian nama om hrim mari kariya nama om hrom mari yart nama om hrim savitr nama om hrom mor kariya nama om paskar nama om hrom hrim hrom sorry for sorry ya na yart nama para sik ajashas namaskar yan ya korwanta dina ya opresam Palam William Tejas Tesam Kaja Yarte on Krang Ring Hung Ring Mongeru so Hong Ring Bang Shamashika Shapia Kashapia Episha Mush Epistia Kima Tinor Kujo Shura Limi Shuru Lizurbu Latupu Epita Shunu Kima Mera Tu Inati Kili Tu Shunuli Mutuma Nakulu You Shurolini Shurmanakulur Dinin Shunoli Shurmanakulu Tari Terama Shaluti Sharkashati Sharushi Arposhu Shurpi Orki Shurpuyush Zidingar Koko Shebukam Pabang Gibikara Gibirka Shumani and Rutu Lani or Mariarki Ishpariazi Yaya Zidingar Gara Campaign Timor for Semitoki Chabu Baran Chamtoriana Ishpar Bagi Bil Bagiara Ziaga Kamanu Shariuli, Kunushi Shariuli, Lakonushi Shariuli, Kunushi Shariuli, Sikunushi Shariuli, Terkunushi Shariuli, Kunushi Shariuli, Nerkunushi Shariuli, Katin Kunushi Shariuli, Daniel Kunuli, Kutinazumi, Ali, Rapsama, Agamasaratu, Ismasarati Sharmushi, Lipshuruli, Shishalim, Nutis, Animal, Wana, Rabuti, Shima, Yaraparpi. Dina Lati Linda Osi Kumushi Olani Mushi Dia Masaratis Masarati Baits Masaratu Beats Masaratu Aga Masaratu Yamasaratu Yara Porponi Shamashkar Yamasaratu Zikia Kampapa Golomon Nefki Ashatapara Masaratu Bara Vishnu Klim Snarver Mahom Sam Kubaran Yatma Mahatu Dumutep Kubera Nebukor Hotep Prom Pris Viratu Bumitevia Metan Dumutep Nuksek Heru Maria Kina Netep Sisar and Tari Nekep Tako Sukoreye Kerte Sepsan Marsidio Tuxutora Tata Isana Hom Misanari Yat Namaha Omia Mentra Yartama Kopsnov and Rom Tesas Taktu Agnaya Medan Kopsnov Nuksek Satana Om Zek Temtakiswek Saka Garte Karanek Albek Tag Nat Isar Tepsaruna Bek Merkola Kutulu Tatarara, Agni Omra Magnar Yarnamaha, Omam Yamar Yatnaha Maha, Harpi Yarmo Mazaratu, Karaya Marana Happy no Kapi Sekisaranaum Sexem Tes Ek, Huinek Air, the Ikurtananek Pierta, Mormatu Yan Lilian Yan Raksasam Samraksasari Yatnamahum Vamvarunari Yatnamahaim Servaruna Umvaudatu Sirmalaria Metanim Set Nukim Set Seksaranam Seksarunaba Umvayuratu Sirmalai Yamaranim Set Nukim Set Seksaranam Sesaruna Pigmentum Senun Hiko Petera Mautun Rates of Sitingarana Compositing Erki Composite Peo Payomiam Payor Gartnamhar Morsi Morkola Mormuru Mormatu Zidingarana Compositing Erki Compautu Torata Tala Rakla Azaktuti Takala Yarnu Yadlerian Kis of Peo Hrim Prabar Ned Namaha Pramudambu Mahan Omang Saratu Tosraya Matang Kapranu Pakapram Kapra Kapru Nebin Kaprasha Kapram Parambra Malulu Azaktuti Takala and Nesratin Nabu Maha Josatu Sarmasate Mukete Sek Stratu Aru Tef Mesu with thorns and third. Om Hrim Hom Surya Yartnamaha Om Hrim Shrim Chandra Yartnamaha Om Hrim Shrim Mangal Yartnamaha Om Shrim Bamburi Yartnamaha Om Hrim Brahm Praspati Yartnamaha Om Hrim Shrim Shukra Yartnamaha Om Hrim Shrim Samshanani Yartnamaha Om Hrim Rov Yartnamaha Om Hrim Ketu Yartnamaha Chapkushumi Samkar Shamkasya Payam Maha Dayur Tim Tamorim Sarva Papatnam Pranatismin Divakaram Dari Shankar Tushar Van Keshoror Lonava Sambhavam Namami Shishartam Somam Shambor Mukur Tabu Shartam Tarani Karpasam Putam Vidyukarti Samaprabham Kumaram Shakti Hastam Tam Kalam Pranamamiam Prayam Puharika Sharmam Ruperna Pratimam Burham Somyasunamya Guno Bertam Tamburham Pranamamyam Devanam Chari Chiranam Chagurum Kanchana Sanipam Buri Butam Trilokesham Tam Namami Priyaspati Makuntam Rena Labam Deyarnam Paramam Kurum Sarva Sastra Pravaktaram Pargavam Pranamami Ham Nelanjana Samapasam Ravi Putram Yamankurajam Chachari Matanta Samputam Tam Namami Chaniswara Matar Karyam Mahaveryam Chandra Dija Vimartartam Simika Garbasam Putam Tam Rahum Pranamami Ampalasa Pushvasam Karshantaraka Grahamastakam Rorom Rorom Konkurom Tam Ketum Pranamami Om Pramam Rori Triponer Kari Vanu Shashi Pumi Suto Puraso Guru Shashukara Sharani Yori Ketu Sarva Kuraha Mama Supra Bharakam Kurume Sharti on board spore on thoughts of Jitor Pani Yambot Kuru Vasya Teri Marhi Yorino Prachudaya Ron Tatatsuaha Hariam Tatatsuaha Nanasi Yana Brasilia Siniana Napasaman Kana Stai Kia Kampa Magavati Anana Kampa Mashrita Nanazia Kampa Magia Zagastena Kia Shtakuish Nabokuru Nebokurios Mokurios Yastro Turin Karkurias Nabu Mazarsi Fornes Canpasul Sarkashin Kalas Canpas Nebos Atanatos Kanpa Yagasha Sashiaka Kolomarni Yashia Markari Bari Yagusheri Yarnani Yashta Papa Marchacha Karene Yaramelo Yachiar Stari Kanpa Inanas Yarmakampa Pisarmakampa Yaya Begi Zarburki Shmashutu Yartu Yarigosorlu Chisugatamani Yaya Achareya Chiu Partala Tamaria can Pasi Yarutu Yakampazi Yarustu Yakampazi Stazera Raguzi Perotukanpa Ihashtakanpaya Noriko Masabaru Baru Yarn Gorgia Yazian Kakampa Yarn Gorgia Yazin Yarnin Yakanpa Yakantala Makia Tarakampa Marukumu Paru Sigari Ardagi Agari Amakba Bornes Yamarutuku Yatuku Surim Supurim Zarim Zagorim Agzarna Gabar Nagzagar Nabar Beluku Nimp Mani Yardugi Andara Yazi Partu Balgu Berderiku Bagaka Kampa Belzieg Zagzag Barbar Zagbarum Norsali Nushubam Gigasuki Sharkeka Goshaki Salamara Yani Gorut Kalams Nikudin Karnina Kuryuna Training Variashi Mur Kutu Hayaguri Vargyarnam Hom Mahas Visnar Vernam Hom Kisavargyarnam Hom Maru Sudani Yarnam Hom Govindari Yarnamaha Om Pandari Keksarki Yarnamaha Om Visnar Vernam Hom Visvambarari Yarnam Hom Harari Yarnama Hom Ariya Yarnama Hom Sarva Vikesari Yarnamaha Om Sarvadarar Yarnam Hom Santanari Yarnamaha Om Nera Darari Yarnama Hom Nera Karari Yarnama Hom Neri Sarya Yarnama Hom Neru Paravar Yarnamaha Om Neranjanari Yarnama Hom Niskanankar Yarnama Hom Nijaksatrai Yarnama Hom Neramari Yarnamaha Om Siranama Ariya Yarnama Hom Sakser Yarnama Hom Saranya Yarnamaha Om Savari Yakar Yarnama Hom Srimar Yarnama Hom Lukatri Sai Yarnama Hom Sivar Yarnama Om Sarvasvar Prarari Yarnama Hom Pero Harar Yarnamaha Om Verandar Yarnama Om Veraverya Yarnama Om Poratanar Yarnama Om Purna Yarnama Om Porari Yartrenama Om Punya Yarnama Om Punya Kartyar Yarnama Om Paraparar Yarnama Om Paramamarne Nama Om Parasmai Nama Om Parasari Yarnama Om Parasari Yarnama Om Parge Parar Yarnama Om Sarvera Makar Yarnama Om Virusari Yarnama Om Parasmai Nama Om Parasarya Nama Om Parakarya Nama Om Paraperaka Parakarya Nama Om Sakalo Parni Sarverya Nama Om Niskalarya Nama Om Sarvas Parkarte Nama Om Aksmala Sharmado Mudrayukta Starya Nama Om Parapararya Nama Om Parna Porusarya Nama Om Sarasarya Nama Om Saranya Nama Om Parasvararya Nama Om Santarya Nama Om Pantarya Tantarya Nama Om Chitkurarya Nama Om Chitamatraya Nama Om Jaganamaya Nama Om Janman Rotraraya Nama Om Jivaraya Nama Om Jayadarya Nama Om Jardiana Sarnar Yarnam, Om Japa Priya Yarnam, Om Japa Studia Yarnam, Om Japa Karte Nama, Om Priya Karte Nam, Om Vibhat Yarnam, Om Vimal Yarnam, Om Visvarupar Yarnam, Om Visvaguptre Nam, Om Virustar Yarnam, Om Virusnus Vasi Vastudia Yarnam, Om Satitar Yarnam, Om Kanti Karakar Yarnam, Om Sraya Prarar Yarnam, Om Shruti Maria Yarnam, Om Sraya Sampatar Yarnam, Om Visvararyanam, Om Aksyortaryanam, Om Anataruparyanam, Om Pranadaryanam, Om Prihipataryanam, Om Avyaktaryanam, Om Vayaktaruparyanam, Om Sarvasaksene Namaha, Om Tamoharayanam, Om Janasakaryanam, Om Charanernam, Om Parnar Namaha, Om Kandra Vasapariyar Namaha, Om Janadaryanam, Om Pataryanam, Om Yogine Namo Visarya Namo Sarva Kamadarya Namo Mahayogine Namaha Om Mahamar Nirne Namo Manesaya Namo Sraya Sam Namaha Om Hamsarya Namo Paramahansarya Namo Om Visvagutra Namaha Om Virajar Namo Om Suradhasvarti Kasan Kasarya Namaha Om Jartar Marandala Sarn Yurtarya Namaha Om Arya Mariantara Hitarya Namaha Om Sarvaki Svaresvararya Namaha Om Pranava Gitaruparya Namaha Om Verharana Karma Karte Namaha Iti Shri Hayagriva Stotara Satarnamavali Om Mananatarya Namo Marsarya Namo Margadarya Namo Munkuribukararya Namo Mami Vikaramarya Namo Marimisitarya Namo Paravarntarya Namo Vinaykarvarya Namaha Om Vishnu Priyaya Namo Varastudaya Namo Vitamararya Namo Visatararya Namo Sasarya Namaha Om Satrusudarya Namo Saparamanditarya Namaha Om Aprakratukraine Namaha Om Amitikararya Namaha Om Akarapasamponyari Namaha Om Amarhapastudyarya Namaha Om Agaruparya Namaha Om Valaryaya Namaha Om Vasukarya Namaha Om Varaparya Karya Namaha Om Vanakararya Namaha Om Vamsparanaya Namaha Om Vasustanarya Namaha Om Varapasitarya Namaha Om Viparasadarine Namaha Om Tavidikamaniya Namaha Om Tamoruparya Namaha Om Tarpikararya Namaha Om Darindararya Namam Kasaparamacharya Namam Kalaruparya Namam Yugandaparya Namah Om Yugandararya Namah Om Rasmi Parantarya Namah Om Niyamnikatraya Namam Kasvapriyaya Namam Visvambararya Namam Sakapararya Namah Om Sankapararya Namah Om Sambupriyaya Namam Saranarya Namah Om Pakasarasar Namah Om Paparasarya Namam Pramadarya Namah Om Rangandarya Namam Prakandarya Namam Pakivisyaya Namah Om Pataraskarya Namam Pasurasar Namam Bhagavartanaya Namam Barvi Pistararaya Namah Om Taksikarya Namam Lokofridisarya Namam Sivarya Namam Veraparyaya Namah Om Parnarya Namam Punyaya Namam Punya Kartarya Namam Parisarya Namam Parakarya Namah Om Niskalarya Namam Praraparyaya Namah Om Karkukarya Namam Sristarya Namah Om Santarya Namah Om Dantarya Namam Maria Mandanaya Namah So Om Sarva Purushaya Namah Om Sarva Karaya Namah Om Nirasmayaya Namah Om Niranjanarya Namah Om Partarya Namah Om Saranyaya Namah Om Sarvadhikarya Namah Om Charanjayaya Namah Om Anvikarya Namah Om Vayaktaruparya Namah Om Taro Tamoharaya Namah Om Yogishvaraya Namah Om Karanaya Namah Om Valarya Namah Om Brahmakarine Namah Om Sankarankararya Namah Om Jitukrarya Namah Om Jivarya Namah Om Jayadarya Namah Om Japapriyaya Namah Om Visvaruparya Namah Om Virustudyarya Namah Om Virindrams Sivarsam Studyaya Namah Om Sraya Pradarya Namah Om Pranadarya Namah Om Vishnu Toparya Namah Om Gutarya Namah Om Gutararya Namah Om Ragavastraya Namah Om Rahbusarya Namah Om Bhujungarya Namah Om Vayoruparya Namah Om Sri Supaya Namah Om Sakalupaya Namah Om Karubusmundarya Namah Om Marvarpitikarya Namah Om Susamvarakyarikarya Namah Om Fani Ravi Bhusaniya Namah Om Nagendraya Namah Om Nagatrapata Stotratahara Satamalvali Nashor Koris Teneros Kurlis Mihi Forshi and Gnus Gorum Pernois Ernstjelev Turcharkar Morsur Orsern Tersu Archersjern Kretier Asmjörnjersjern Ternka Lar Brosers Mersern Torior Gurtier Tesur Star Rimerti Ard Ernim Anator Almerchis Arnspiore Normi Antir Tierne Formatir de Tierne Format Chersur Tula Breer Beer Tu Smurnen Tier Krede Tulan Tru Gardu Doin Arntar Der Onmark Sanspjör Nerum Örmenri Adjör Sen Gorn Rodernta Amen Rodjern Jarn Gorn Bernatjar Der Monsieur S. Bernatjar de Monsieur Natji Bernatjar Mise Monor Björd Serbernatjar Mornor Björd Medianartsa Durtsa Orla Ser Sur Ashur Leel Fordry Njörmi am Hach is daar erbiu or neori. Corneus neort cornecer neort die been sjerning sierte sjör serna gerdi sierte serna merna massa sjör fyr i hela sarte morbeas massa sjör minar i her bide spjör de atjers valger der fjord goes for a cheer dar fjord or arnis diorne accordes aciorat fenan troior chornes mercus norbianeur mean suere ancorior tergus an biur an riur achiur meacedor morso saint an tater an marcus an spior nerme or arbor bernard norer racheore larchnarch oar meser gus orcar stuarne berneas fen gus morbeo ruder biertere arge peore naturor te gus feo na snarche fen ornse argus orcar stioin bernes leum fen. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Hare Rama Rama Rama Hare Hare Ram Ramete Ram Ram Rama Sostort Nam Taturiam Ram Nam Varnarne Vene Karya Nam Homa Karantarya Veramahi Pakrantundariya Der Mahitano Danti Prajudayar Pakratunda Mahakarya Surya Koti Samaprabha Nyorkolam Guru Medeva Sarva Korye Sursarvara Shri Guru Sharasuru Shrashnish Mane Mukure Sura Varmura Guvar Vimocha Sujorta Kuvochor Burhi Hintanu Janaki Sumiro Pavan Kumar Barburhi Vidyarde Humo He Hakara Hukoles Vigarje Hareman Gangun Sigarje Karpisti Hun Loku Jarika Ram Tuta Trali Pardama Anjani Buddha Pavan Surna Mahamaha Vikram Bajurangi Kumatini Vasumeti Kesaningi Kanchan Veram Varas Besikaran Kundo Kuji Kesa Hotvojral War Du Vorje Viraje Karte Boris Sharik Usholje Sukarsuvan Kislinen Tish Pratama Hajag Varnan Vidyavani Kunia Ticha Toram Koshkari Bekuato Prabhu Charitar Sunabekorasia Ramdakan Man Basya Sri Guru Suran Surush Rashnish Mane Mukure Sura Varnur Huvar Vimocha Sujurda Kufarchor Purhitin Tarno Jarni Sumira Popan Kumar Borbur Vidieto Rumoy Arahu Kolesvika Arje Arman Kan Kunsugarchi Kardistiun Lokujargar Ram Dutalir Pardama Jani Putta Papan Sudnamaha Mahavikram Pashangi Kumartini Barsumeti Karsanki Kajan Varan Perechu Besikaran Kundo Kujikis Hot Poshal Votu War Du Borji Viraji Contain Morning Jana Husorje Senkarsu Mankis Rain and Dantish Pratamaha Jaguar Dan Pijivan kuniati chatoron koshkari bikuotor prabu tori tersun bikurasi ramlekan sitaman basia surkshmo rup dari si arkitikar bapikar rup dari rangkasi rava bima rup dari asura sankarde ramachala kikasan varri oye serjavanokan si arye shri ragu berari shiro larye ragu parikian himbahu barai tumam priyar barati sambai sasparan tumhara yashkar veus karhi shri parikan kalkar Sankariti Brahmari Munis Nera Sarat Sargira Hiasa Ram Kubar Diporjohan Ket Kabi Kabukoi Sarge Karan Ket Tumu Koksu Grabla Hinkerna Ramila Hirajavatere Tamara Mantra Vidarshan Mana Agaswara Bariye Subjag Jarna Yug Sahasra Jojana Para Ubutali Yutarki Arofo Chartu Prabhu Mutrik Meli Mukma Jaladi Lanki Gavira Shrajna Mahen Urgam Kashgar Kiacerte Sugamanukra Tumriti Ramduare Tumragvare Uarangia Bernu Passare Bupasarchni Karnarkina Vema Verchapjam Sonvena Sanrokari Hisapir Japanatar Numan Pera Sankatsehan Numan Jurvaman Karam Varchandian Julve Suparam Tapis Vera Jatin Kikash Kartun Saja or Manora Chokolve Surgia mijar vem par vajaran tarpata mara parsije gar logeiara sarhusan kertumur kuara sornikan dan ram dur harre astasiari navniri kerdata uswar dern jang ki marta ramrasi antum har parsara sarahura kuparti kerasa tumhara vajan ram kupa vaitaram janam ketur pesrave an kovagu ver pojari jaram janam bar kata kahari orde cerna dar ki hardu mal serki sortve sur kari sankar kate mertesa per george mera hanuma bera jj hartman ko sin kuri pakar guru de kiar na hinjo sat par bar kari korhi jorte parti maha sur sorhi hujor ya par hartman sorki sor yeser ki san ki goris josira sara hari cara kolje das horar yemin dera pvartna Sangkarharan mengkomurti rup ramlekan sita sahit sahadarya basahu sorbu Om Maharaga Vashrusi Savarasha Sarva Jahum Vam Hor Ganeshranam Charangi Varinyam Hom Namapur Om Mim Hrim Shri Mim Kum Mim Namo Bhagavati Vartali Varihi Varihi Parumuki Antantini Nama Urumtini Nama Jambechopini Nama Mohe Mohini Nama Sambesrambini Nama Sarvadishra Parashram Sarva Bhavak Sira Saktor Mukati Siwata Maram Kurukus Gram Vasyam Him Hum Tai Ta Umasraya Pahatswa Ani mani mane mamane shira shari te shame shabi tasaro mukude mukudi api shabi a shabi sobi shabi a shay ni sinti shabi darani yoro ke bawashani nebita bandara nebita tadra shudai kure mikure yarade shugai shasamasane pori baikari chi re tarumaro shelte so genu kishara basha shudai matara shono ro kashara shara shatai yara paromana yande tadia tara moku yare tene data chineri chi Arinari tonari aranabi kunabi akinai kari kandari sindari matagi jukuri borushani chebi debi ate debi ruke tuki atandai tara kushare tara shure haji boresene soruparane batani sorubatani soyabi saki sogine chiarani sogi hagerai terra sugatararte Sorbasugi Minishkara, and I sorbasariro mo set, sorbasari should like Shusharai, to get a shit of it. Anya manya mane mamane sri karite sama samita pesanta mukta tam sama jaya ksaya sente mite tarani aloki pesar bete pixani ni hidio amitare ni vista abitare parisula kulam kuli arade parare sukai se sama pero kite tam parixite tam gona korsani koni bai pisandani mantra siata roto slide ksaya vartai bekula bavdra Amani Mantais, Vahashvala Mahashvala Kukitu Kukimuku Kiara Barton Pati Tini Pitini Sitini Rati Vatis Vaha Atate Nati Panati Nari Kunadis Vaha Kari Kendari Matangi Pukasi Sankulu Prisili Sisis Vaha Itimi, itimi, itimi, itimi, itimi, itimi, nimi, nimi, nimi, nimi, nimi, nimi, ru, ru, ru, ru, ru, ru, swista, wista, wista, wista, wista, wista, wa. Adana, dana, pati, dana, patani, dana, kusala, dana, saradi, sarada, pati, buddha, pasiani, sampatani, apatani, sampatani, samapari, sita, sabrasada, kuru, ani, dama, pari, sita, sabrasada, kuslana, karite, simipikri, di, terno, parti, partani, partali, swaha. Sasakam sahu, sasakam sahu, sasakam sahu, ong, hong, shong. Ong gong shong, ong hong shong, ong tong gong tong gong tong, go shlo shlo shlo, gong kim shlo, gong gong gong gong gong gong shlo, ong shlo, ong ging gong ging gong ging, krim ong hong shong, ong hong shing, haring haring, gong yeru asor hara, hong pam dum. Ong grung ring grung gong krang king grung gong krang king grung gong krang king grung gong krang king grung gong krang king grung gong krang king grung gong krang king grung gong krang king grung gong krang king grung hung kring sing hring kring eng bom dung shrong sing shrong gong gong go sor hung sing gong kring gong shring haring ara ong hero sor wang king so hung gong de hung Dainichi Naiora Umpasha Datu Famashuku Naiora Umpasha Bihum Usho Naiora Omnas Bavatura Mira Naiora Omnas Tarisha Harahum Ugoshu Jur Naiora Mamogi Sirai Kushi Naiora Mhuru Kandali Matagi Swaha Butcher Busumu Namo Bagubarta Insnise Umruru Sworu Shwala Tisa Suru Karasa Rabata Sarani Swaha Short Kanji Bosu Omalolik Swaha Dezishi Bosu Sam Chamchasa Swaha Tarabosu Nama Samata Buharam Corona or Bavetari Tadini Swaha Senju Senjin Kanchis Bosu Vashma Dharma Ivato Kanchis Bosu Mantu Baba Umfats Baha George Min Kanchis Bosu Umha Karuna Karis Baha Jordan Kanchis Bosu Kalakol Koris Baha Norin Kanchis Bosu Parmesan Mala Iswala Humko Sato Umpashara Sarvaha Harnia Bosu Dish Shunta Bisharis Baha Borchon Bosu Samyas Monjo bozu omara make mearoku bozu oma três vades ou bozu om hahaha besmaris vaha o curso bozu namor casa carbari oma lika mari boris vaha nikoli bozu omi dotas vaha tiko kor bozu om kantrbaris vaha furtur mai ona namas manta vashalam kana morsanas totai hum tratam uzanze mai om sun parni sun ko hum shash hum pat Kuntari mai om trahum patai ku mai om spikal lupa comes baha kum kuli yasho mai om pashari yakso mai ser mai om marupura pushri snisa pashra salpa ja pam hor kujaku mai om maruru kantas vaha sorm ho gorchin om kubai svaha kunken om sarum kunken om churak sarachar hum svaha seni shidorji om janasi svaha kuchi kukutrum trasra rara pramarna svaha so chotrum verbaxanaki betais vaha como putrum verbaxanaki betais vaha tumultanum visrovanis vaha pensetinum sarasvatis vaha teko putrum mahakararis vaha kichi jotrum mahasriyis vaha caritaimum durumali haritis vaha dekinitinum rias vaha marishitinum marisias vaha teshu congitinum hikaum vaha Vajini precious sastro momju sharva karnatra makoni paratni derviu varti parandiranu pratam charasi vishvavar harde Om Devi Kariyai Namaha Kariyari Mahamarya Mahamarya Mario Kianiana Deshwartni Surtam Devi Parti Mekuruter Namaha O Sera Sera Sorte Reale Kare de Meti Kare Yarada Nakichi Margin Tora Tor Tor Tor No Tor No Tor Tor No Tor Tor Tor Om Bar Swaha Tasa Vitar Vardian Barkor Vartia Terma Itirion or Prachudayar Ipsos Ipsos Kwana shanta toru ta torora taru tor tora rora to abrahada abra ung gong geng geng gong krong kring krong bang gong string kutong gong tong bang Om Tram Bagomir Salme Heisung Dimpus Divar Haramor Varuko Vivama Baranar Nat Yomo Yer Ter Namha Hrim Hum Chom Krom Kroma Kuji Ke Shom Krom Krom Shrim Shrim Shrim Shrim Shrim Shrim Hum Hum Hrim Hrim Shrim Shrim Kshom Kshom Krom Kushierka Krom Kshom Kshom Hum Hum Amare Agri Purana Kurazi Kalei Shukra Om Shum Shrim Hrim Om Basramete Hisukra Izwa Om Kring Kring Kring Kali Kali Kali Hum Swaha Sarvardis Merte Hime Mahakali Yarnamha San King Jo Lang Tian Jun Shan Cheng Jo Shu Lang Tian Ju Om Brahma Serharye Brahmin Partum Brahmanarye Virmahe Haranjar Garbar Hariyar Dermahitano Brahma Prachurayat Om Jator Mukari Virmahe Mesro Dariyar Lermahitano Brahma Prachurayat Om Hring Hring Hring Solsachukam Brahma Brahma Brahma Shashanam Prataram Purusatipi Mahapurushor Viravaha Guru Brahma Guru Vishnu Guru Shiva Guru Devo Maswara Guru Sakshahar Pranama Brahma Parashmeshwari Gurve Namaha Useknet Ket Fediam Kaibina Hohor Radiapiam Kenem Bolset Ketu Utune Sort Karti Hapas Tortui Vordem Snef Vordem Besekne Mahar Tanamiu Sortiu or Sultura Meti Martin Tu Foru Kermius Kerun Kenun Kenementi Anan de beb sera kerun ne peru sekriu ne babur ne temtem sepu ariam above ahu charkel hid ne pol ne him ne furches or tep on e pitchabu Troem prem tor silbel sifel ridi in ridi vingin tor moderma serche perfig Afvargan nori tormenia mosia votonskjor bia pioria bjordo fin fridleif fridleif Woordien verkeerde vrije tekbetragils vita hergesirkar zverteringsviptar berteg boterbrand viotico fruti rovin we garbis garvier sergier losung skjor vrije leifskjor tungs gert visser mengjering rings Gefriven auf eure Herren, Korn, Kur, Oski, Ormi, Bifriri, Bifrindi, Svidai, Svidiri, Tiri, Björnir, Hev, Germir, Svogun, Trofium, Fimbo, Julsli, Ris, Rigeri, Tirgiul, Mospel, Nepal, Homer, Gorkin, Gogep, Yermir, Germir, Durmel, Buori, Borbist, Ordin, Vili, Sorden, Comberger, Ostri, Vestri, Nudri, Sudri, Midkura, Sator, Norfi, Naglapari, Oro, Neri, Urte, Ringa, Serdeski, Infexi, Sletnir, Minder, Ferri, Luneso, Vorkos, Vins, Birgi, Serxi, Mirvir, Vins, Kurti, Ronvinisart, Armi, Dierjetar, Vorker, Semperingov, Mosforsnia, Torin, Narnier, Nor, Sertnir, Sur, Prius, Privis, Thir, Bordin, Nordnen, Nerting, Tern, Bifjor, Bofor, Bombor, Norwoid, Morbid, Nier, Verikandor, Torin, Filikilifonin, Velitror, Troin, Tek, Vietor, Rad, Radzvin, Drop neer Deutschlari, Horkstar, Herdorf, Kroin, Doi, Ori, Durfan, Wori, Hitti, Fili, Hors, Jori, Over, Jorlu, Forskir, Pir, Skarfina, Jorfin, Kirkin, Skarti, Forfrosti, Fingi, Nor, Jagio, Bir, Verdanis, Kurbir, the Big, Hirnir, Himin, Bjorn, Boros, Skrip, Gemeo von Narren with plain Rasfrix, first rig, Peter, Nivens, Soras, Nero, Trin, Free, Lorki, Avinaria, Mapanaria, Visno, the Maria, Marnasa, Maria, Visaria, Marcaras, Nandutardarian, Vistararia, Tararia, Samsara, Saga, Tarati, Viatorni, Macarde, Paramela, Pari, Bogascar, Darde, Sri Parti Para Verde Baba Balia Cherde Varde Sarial Pipera Pagar Menarata Vahamna Markinartsvam Samudro Hitaranka Varkarna Sumutruna terengga uter tanangga narekam hirnan nurjana nurjarkula miotra mitra sertors te bavarti na bavarti king bavatare skara matsiar kebia vravatar Gravatar Vatavarta Sarta Vasur Dan Varamesvara Paripalio Bavarta Pavapapiarto Hamda Motara Gunamandera Sundara Bandari Virnda Govinda Bavarjalati Matara Mandara Paramam Dharmapanaria Dvam Menariana Karuna Maria Saranam Karvani Tavorko Koranu iti Satpari Maria Vadana Saroje Sadava Sartu iti Srimat Paramaham Sampari Vrajaka Karasya Sri Govinda Bhagavat Borjia Pardasisyasya Sri Machakara Bhagavarta Korto Sarpari Stutram Sampurnam Kuberundananda Srita Raja Rajodana Svarodana Shama Priya Tarmodara Taryudanika Priya Daksinyu Dharma Vrata Daya Varto Dara Vrata Divya Laksana Sampannu Dina Vraja Vraksarka Danya Lakshmi Samaraju Derya Lakshmi Virajita Daya Rupo Dharma Burdi Dharma Samaraksano Sarka Nirhisvaro Niralambo Nirinam Paripalaka Nigyarta Nilgun Karanis Karmu Niru Parava Navarnarika Samaraju Navasankya Pravartarka Manyaskatra Varti Samahal Gurna Karavita Yashrar Nipur Yashra Sarka Yarjabur Yajara Sarka Raja Khandru Ramarti So Ranjarko Raja Porchita Visitra Vasre Vastaria Visarika Marna Savijayo Vimalo Vartyo Vanduru Jana Varsala Virupaksa Priyatarmo Rajer Visvator Murka Sorvya Viareapto Saranarta Sorva Sarti Samambita Samandarata Sorvya Sorva Barharni Vraka Suprita Surlapa Sormo Sorva Karyatu Orandara Samakana Priya Saksvarbi Babava Sri Varajita Svahana Sampritu Akiranda Pravartarka Bjorkarna Sampritam Tasvardana Priya Lakponamama Vasi Akankara Vivarjirte Udardu Diru Dharma Verba Bunarvaharna Kinoresu Visravana Kala Kakparavarta Kastalakshmya Samaryuta Vyarayakyo Malavigraha Loka Radio Laka Paryuloko Varyo Sulaksana Sulaba Surabarka Surdo Sankarata Priya Santa Surta Kumupita Susvarta Suravikarha Sarvaka Marsho Surmati Sarveteva Kana Karka Sankahara Stardas Rimam Paramjorti Parapara Sabarti Kurna Samparna Saranyo Dirna Varsarva Paropakari Paparik Natharuni Yasarnani Rabadanta Sorva Gunu Perta Sorendra Sambeva Papisvarkiarto Vita Varia Arataras Tarsarkiarta Prata Kare Partestur Tram Suserdor Vertenet Terna Pranoti Porusa Sriyam Devindra Samnerham Itisri Kuber Stutram Om Yakcharya Kuberaya Vishravarnya Darda Darnyati Patarya Taratanya Samri Mer Derita Parya Svaha Om Shrim Hrim Hrim Shrim Hrim Vershvararya Namha Om Hrim Shrim Hrim Shrim Kuberaya Shalakshmi Mama Kriya Dardam Purarya Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Lakshmi Hrim Saha Swaha Om Hrim Yakcharya Kuberya Vishravararya Dana Akashanarya Sarvarudurka Vasikararya Taradarnya Aripatarya Taradarnya Samurteri Mederi Tapatya Swaha Om Hrim Shrim Kumberaya Artamahom Acharya Rajarya Vedmarya Alkesarya Dermahitana Kuberya Prajortaya Sikia Kampa Siana Kampa Sidingar Kia Kampa Sidingarana Kampa Giguma Kampra Zikia Kampa Ziara Kampa, Zikia Kampa, Ziara Kampa, Zidinger Kia Kampa, Zidinger Anakampa, Agakumash Garzana, Zikia Kampa, Zianakampa, Zikia Kampa, Zianakampa, Zidinger Kia Kampa, Zidinger Anakampa, Lugalap the board, Agni Bo, Zikia Kampa, Zianakampa. Namo Om Namo Hum Tra Karo Reanusum Baru Moga Gatam Treya Sonum Borni Argosari Sameta Brahma Saraswati Chara Rupa Shiva Vishnu Bearava Dorgadardi Surbani Srumba Vajra Humbad Shri Mahin Kring Kum Karpataria Vara Paros Vaj Charme Vashanari Eswaha Tarkoru Shari Mahe Bagatundari Adair Mahi Tanodanti Prachudayarum Sharti Karhar Hayak Sayar Home Kam Karpatayar Namha Om Namburu Radiatam Home Ring Karataria Vertar Mahe Bakranundaria Te Mahitano Tanti Prechudayat Om Shrim Kring Tum Shwala Shuli Ajaya Yamani Aja Surface Trun Smarik Shimalapam Kurudush Grahamum Vasva Arunam Kuruna Terangi Takshin Tapashan Kusha Pushpa Parachar Pan Ani Arti Biora Bruta Maikara Maharemet Yarva Vipavari Paparni Shri Maharagni Shri Sena Sanashvarti Shidani Kuda Sambuddha Devakarya Samuryata Urya Paru Sahasrapa Charo Paranu Samabash Viresh Ragasvarupa Pasharya Krura Koronkusho Shvala Maruru Pekshu Gurana Pachatan Mantra Sayaka Nisharuna Prabhapura Maja Brahmaharna Mandala Champako Shuka Purlarika Suraganti Karaskar Chakuru Ferdamani Shalene Kora Kurtira Mantita Shrami Sonorovi Paraja Dalikastala Shubita Muko Chundra Kalankapra Bulkanar Bibi Shakavaranas Mara Makadi Yakruatu Rana Cherik Voxlo Lakshmi Parivaha Charan Minava Palo Charan Nava Champaka Pushpapara Nasarana Vera Jetaskari Tataskari Tenas Barana Basura Kanaba Manjari Kluta Kortam Pura Manuhara Tanka Yugali Buta Tapano Dupa Mandala Padamaraga Shila Dasha Paripava Kapalu Baba Nava Vidruma Pambashilina Korea Rana Charha Then Yoga Omishu Sri Dipaturka Matras Kisapa Pramarasi Pratishada Sri Dipaturka Tapatum Jam Svaha Saki Parkilakam Sri Dipaturka Prija Tamta Peveni Garisari Nesum Kasiapa Pramara Sernamaha Sarasi Pratishada Sernamaha Muke Sri Dipaturka Tapataya Namahiti Om Bichariya Namaha Kurias Vaha Sakari Namaha Pora Yopa Karya Namaha Nabod Veni Yoga Yartamaha Somangiti Garisari Nes from Gustipiam Namaha Ringariani Piam Namaha Amarmia Pedipiam Namaha Manamikapiam Namaha Rinkaranskiapam Namaha Krum Karaskara Prasapiam Namaiti Karanias Kromaradia Namaha Rim Species Svam Zikaya Pasaram Kabakai Humnin Draya Pasar Krum Slepeti Singing Books Robiarti Devi Mukadaram Tipatakarik Mahadevi Skaris for the Piniti Bhakti Divide Varas from Jagming Mompia Meke Karam Samapam Kamakasabiki Pushpa Pishamiam by Varmika Dupamakrapi Paramaragnima Mikaya Ramdati Shami Pamatar Mikaya Parmane Veriam Ivariami Samsabamiki Sabukarapajam Samar Pamis Jama Matromo Mamale Mahamaria sobre Mantros for the Pinica the Brigistalias Tasmania City the Papa Guru Montrium Rim Sita Guru Prisidum Rimatus Riti Betel Matrom Krom Rim Under Gerime Heia Vasavia Vasaya Rim Dum Torgeam Rim Kromum Sat Svahas Nangane Support Krom Haraya Yarnamha Rim Species Rasis Farm Seke Pasrak Krapiki Huminim Troya Fosor Chromas Rally Petit Sedangene Book Romier Titik Mimoganam Tipatrima David Scottish for the Pini Department Divide Parasum Jami Kapuja Amphidia Megan Samar Pami Hamakisami Papijami and Boy Varmika Utapa Garami or Ramadamiki Yatam Sam Ramatromiki Raman and Beartiam Nivertiamism Savamiki Subukara Jam Samar Pami Samar Param Guyatiki of the Bamkanas Makarapam Japam Serepapa to Metevi Pras Rama is the Rajapan and Talam Matrom Malem Savatevama Priti the Subhapa Mum Kurisime Batreya Sofiram Kadme Himeom Rins Dia Namaha Hengenes Grand Hognor Nasi Koreas Ertia Belmaj Rotor Kusur Tiu Matlitas Kerdurmioleta F. Martyrski Papina Hichips Bibakalo Heko Tender Merio Perdium Korem Delaver Tuve Fubu Advertorship Force Spearship Fiership Force Mok Egmont Jogno Portna Bors for Bumik Porte bium yor me kari mine yor be marabim or ring for morning ban orbos or the bors mir be was is der nersier nis vodo near job once upon neopi min kamp was genunica en gres virki per porsi near pishpung of your beers is me come rens corpus or skin sornena sa sena bos von kos krung koron gloki sorvap sornensen i mana hendi hor kruhon ham jombo sorne visu hevor sariati manine visi hevar mingin sartis tochnon visu hevor sarbike typin quilo brokstola keningu boko pat katyksne ko jin no pono korfon morgin her tu ok mim jan dag har torok of tan kroma terjui tu sesira de bibri Piersikar på kokko jom hotar per blua klar blu opsimni bua ta atal vod motan geskor buor tot kor blut tui tortit yerbo ku vor plain better kids van tor kori uns preu port mo borsa me cho port mort koten heimen kinchin winchin kul stol kining gu koko pak tux eversketi for go chortovski cho prinis pro prio kleins legium Vos mos nyomatsier opor plain burgu roin durin nur bien menlikin mo kom komplom vongo in jun prusim dorin san pikun vor ver goria po vikingan jores bosir dia mes ver or gipetir pusmuk no bolung go evelin norigi kulum Bernam leaniem liapan was friend luar gur juvers embrace break der win mordin embrace mer ort et trebe der tur mohochi vela fix opniste der ron ter ton brika der ron ogaren der tarmara ton bresentin dorsir weg word for rig Dwayne Oseres essa vier toevoer Nechlin Mone Krombrot doen comfort alle voor de twin worden sonderen door zorgweg woord voor rig Dwayne Oseres essa vier toevoer Nechlin Mone Krombrot doen Oros voi oros quel walis orwig luad quel predo rido rosi oros consent difficilia toris trocorum prenies in sit in tus crum est virtivia in de solitudos ipse corriendo minos pensar vist est narvis corius non difficilis et impossibile vos de vestigarte Dominatus omnipotens rex arcionet dominus dominet Deum in corius domanu omnis victoria constitet omnipedum contritua pret cur prois nebis virium famins tam ergo posere dole vertetur mavicentis advarin macum hel advarin cum hel advarin cum sexorum in versum montum in parum in arte volgum in quanatum traconis nir mordor Nerdor der manca șartene șertormogo șermog sama uzara șarmo uzaia nean trocut vos pe puto șvelten ve osi cum nuși l'animo usciti articulum osi uscitum calatum cutum osi baratitum cabritum nabaritum asha shuka shatu ucarshapar niertum upiarar nieria uisharia usisu ueria Elia Maria Ambrua Sarna Quindicula Salalgo Musha Uora Cuim Tarnaldu Upia Ubuantipia Uproso Memastitiam Marti Uerere Nurbus Ertutis Erdizis Arme Warrior Butishimar Barbi Dini Diana Lotti Limda Opush Salam Karsharpia Ukarşartiya, Şaripişya, Umuşraptişişiya, İsmasarati Şarmuşil Pşururuk Şişalimnuta, Pişalu Husaruluri Şarnuşar, Lur Tartuşar Uhuhar Marnio Murhiga, Kimazar Lureyta, Tukşa, Puşu, Kişpi Kimam Tartil Şarniki Şruşa, portu ruep teu sham zulu kukala matursha mala serina kipirik bu yelwaling cheritum Selmani yar na pagrita kira tu pira semani yar na pagrita kira tu pira semani yar tira pagritu shni la tu pira selmani ning ishti pagritu shni la tu pira selmani yaki max pagrita kira tu pira semani yar na kukulati tap kira tu pira semani yar na ekari tap sa tu pira semani yagina askur pati krishni la tu pira semani yagina bisha tu ori tap sa tu pira semani ya anagis pada kira tu pira Zinigaren, Yanen Compa, Ziringaren, and Yanen Compa Ziringaren, Lulen Compa Ziringaren, Lulen Compa Ziringaren, Kurkoren, Compa Ziringaren, Kurkoren, Compa Ziringen, Koren, Dash or Rima Compa, Ziringen, Dash or Rima Compa, Ziringen, Dula Zaka Compa, Ziringaren, Dula Zaka Compa, Ziringen, Yola Compa, Ziringen, Hotel Compa, Ziringen, Meshera Compa, Ziringen, and Mir Shira Compa, Ziringen, Mara, Dingerun, Lila Compa. Sinkernin mar dinker nin lilak ke kempa sinker siski kishma sagbar tar niar tar boler makan pa sinker bar bor kolte kun dinker riar ke kempa sinker ni dugar ni dinker anur nar ni yar saku lur kakata garerna kempa Siringarana Kapasiringar Kia Kapasiringar Kapasiringar Nebo Kapasiringar Ishta Kapasiringar Shamashu Kapasiringar Kapasiringar Maru Kapasiringar Ninibata Kapasiringar Kiki Kapasindika Anunaki Kapasiringar Nindolalu Korkorage Kapasiringar Nindolaning Korage Siringar Nini Bipili Shariga Kapasiringar Nini Karkarage Shin Paparage Kapasiringar Anur Latingar Kala Nanaka Kampa kakar mu Udug sul halazur kitim sul mula sul tingkir sul maskim sul ziar kempasit kia kempa siningkerin lola lo kor korare ke kempa siningkerin lola ning korare ke kempa siningkerin ini pipilo shore ke kempa siningkerin ini korare ke kempa siningkeran ora tingkera kalera ni kempa siningkerana kempa siningker kia kempa papa pararar te matarta papa pararar te ke nenne Kiki Malkara Sarpimurna Taram Tarkara Sipimurna Tarutur Kurpimurna Talalazur Karpimurna Tegertim Sulkipi Murna Terkalazur Karpimurna Tertingir Surkerpimurna Termirar Piarm Stars Biar Bar Libiarish Kashati Arti Martin Kashapti Shatur Yutarni Jingshin Shinjiao, Taisheng, Taijing, Ying Bang, Wu Ten Ko She, Fo Meng, Bong Ming, Hu Xian, Ji Hui Ming Ying, Jinshen Nan San Hun Yong Zhu Po Wu Shan King, Ji Ji Ru Li Ling, Jing Ko Shen, Zhou Dan Zhu Po Shen, Tu Hui Tu Fen, Xie Shen Jing Lin Tong Ning Yang Shen Lu Kian, Xi Shen Ko Xiao Wei, Shen Hu Ben Ki Shen, Yan Jin Kin Shen Yan Yuan, 灵活动人西新蓝叶都给讲空气就如里灵深深热浪波点云南为深深的喜欢婆婆上让民跟龙把好多人分云热给像如社会我现在就如里灵按住的深热人是按人不过万灵有多 Jin gan tuar di ling xiu xiao yu xi por te wan jing hoi zhang jin do nai wei jin ging gar feng wei bei shu tan ting te shang yu ming shu ye jing wo yi dar luo yan heng li xin jing tian di xin zhu tian di xi ran hei ki fen shan dong xiong zhong yu wang gen tai yuan và phán quay xin si wo si ran linh bổ phụ miệng phụ của cho tên cần lúa ta nè đốn gần thấy dân dân hữu phụ giữa đủ Yuan sao quái hoàn dân dân dân dân chủ quân sĩ vũ quyền sĩ chung thì bán cụ bán
呀南南京有为，北海西为某王手下是谁？我山上我小山。多吉长空气接入林场看清楚，天地顺从观，基本观，共有万劫。人无神通上车内为唯独独尊富有真中，有忽有。新是日不然，定是不问保罗谈的样有关心，就是满真有光明。像这些为我的誓言完全就历史里听怪有上当，尽怪有忘情，没有别离了神人民中外就是故事。天天天天观真真，复红现人的进入了灵船长，现就都有人就现家现传。然后有路见过的感人领下盘，然被领传领根关有，请大家大姐姐罗里领传有传大酒，或者也是古土，呀我前我父我方徘徊，一向是有渐渐。黄个人安排内属于安顿上。是树林复原西成长，人文丹佛手手，其有明明开，无清清能喜欢神罗尼克夫，有名章，有泪有谁生然多。Namo hela rar narula ye namo la li ye pulur jerdi sho bola ye tupur tisarto po ye mohe sa dom po ye mohe ja lurni ja ye ong sa po la fa yi suda lura she namo shi li do ye menga li ye po lo je di shi fo la ling to po namo lo la gen chi shi li mo hem ru po ro sha me sa po wa ta dong sho penga shi yun sa po sa do namo po sa do namo po ke mo va te do da jer ta onga po lo jilu ja di ja lo di shi li mo he porti sa do sa po sa mo la mo shi li do yun jolo germen dulu fa she yari mo he pa she yari tola diri ni shi fola yesela mo pa mo la mo diri shi na la shen fola she fa sha fa shen fola she he lu hulu mola hulu jili sola jili sulu ya puto ya mirdi lia dola gencidi li sei nina poia morna so pohegito yeso pohemogir po yeso pohegir po yo yi shi po la yeso pohelo la genci so pohe mola lola so pohegir la sengamuke yeso po heso pomo he agito yeso po he jeji jala agito yeso po he boto mo jeji to yeso po helo la genci po ke la yeso po he mo po le shengela yeso po he na mo he la da na do la ye na mo ali polo jeto lo sho po ala ye so po he hong Jadandu mandu la patoya so po he Bore bolo mi dojen jing wanji jai pusa jing jin bore bolo mi toshi jo jan wu yon je kong yu dur ki ke ko shi li shi se bu yi kong bu yi she 学习学空气学手上认识衣服如是来是书法空中不行不美不过不行是就公众无所相信是无言而必写是你。无些行为触发无眼界，乃至无意识界无名，以无名界乃至无漏识，以无漏识界无苦界美而多，无是以无来以无所得故菩提萨，多以波罗波罗蜜故见无挂碍故无我空不言。力量就面向右肩那盘，三世诸佛一波罗蜜多故，得阿耨多罗三藐三菩提故悉波罗蜜多，悉达心咒悉达明咒，悉无上咒。是我定说人宁主一个故人是不足故，就波罗蜜多就接受修有。Jerde bolo senje di porti sapohe. Namo foto ye, namo damo ye, namo senke ye, namo guanche japusa, mohesa, jordan baishin je, dashi tu, wanchu she, lapa di, shindo morni, mohe, boarding me, lulu, diseja, jola, hajele, shaye hongba shai he han, bota motion do moni jola hong. Anbalato bodani hong na moshan mando motowanan abolati herdo shesulangan dajito hante keji hong ruwala bola ruwala disecha shishile shoposha Shantisha Shili Suwahana Mofotoye Namo Damo Ye Namo Senke Ye Nanjiti Hululu Jitulu Jilibo Jili Poji Dalibulu Sho Wahehana Boba Gewabdi Abala Maraya Yoli anau subini shirjira de jola jaye dateke darye ala heri sanyan sarimbor dar yer darni yerta hansari parsan sigerli bali Shurda dala mardi geger nasang mau gerdi shaba wabi shurti maherna yerdarli warli sohe namo boge wardi pisha she jolore lole po la pohela she ye dato je do ye alar he di san myan san botlo yerda shito hong pisha shi Pishashi san moja diso he hong marni bai me hong magien ni yarna jir durte barta jerte jerna werali gersa hor war tar burli shirtar gerna burlar na boro ertioter barnar normal lorgia shola yerso he lipo ko Hekyo herti tol lorni dirni hetlardin pilirni timo hekertishin ring kerti namo werni to poya to toike toye dodia to emili to popi emili to jidan popi emili topi ja yarnti emili topi ja yandu ke Mirnike ke noji toja liso po her namo foto nan mo ta mo nan mo seng Tierna mojerli, moherti, bierdani jeto borli furlo mojerli san mantoda jerni moherti helolke di san mantojo boli di furli nolali nodamo di moherti kurli di mohemi lerdi lobo senker teji senker jiti shan Mantuatuano Poloni, Chotianyan Rea Shang, Puhuatian Shun Leo, Woyo Wong Tong Jiang, Shan Shi Yo Shan Jun Miao Shi Men Dian, Di Wo Wei Artian Di Wo Bang Cheng, On Wan Wo Yo Wo, Wei Yi Bolo So Xia Shen Yo Wo Ma Shung, Jing Shi Shen, Yi Shi Vi Chen Shen Yan Nang Grang Wu, Yi Shi Vi Chanyan Hengli Jing Ching Chuyan Ming Wur Nai. Ate he ya yo Gichimani tu koko miki soma bo kawa o kiwa nixista nixtarki he yo harna he yo chare he yo te ya turabi ai gerna he yo te ya turabi ai gina he yo te ya tuartarbi Won kinarhini yote ya tuaha tarbi won kinahini yo ya hi univahu hi univahu ya hi hu nianina herna na hi ya hi na hi nierna hi yurnivahu ya hi univahi ya hernerna Yari serni hawarna, yarni sini hawarna, hirni swavira kini, hini swavira kini, ni duina ho, ni duina ho, wara serna na ho, wara serna na ho, ni hima si asisi, ni ma si asisi. Om Naryarna Virmaha Vasudevriya Dirmahitanu Vishnu Prachoraya Tom Devakarata Narya Virmaha Vasudevaryar Dirmarhitana Krishna Prachoraya und hat Porshariya Virmaha Sasraksharya Mahadevarya Dirmahitanu Rurat Prachoraya Umakarantharya Virmaha Vakarandarya Dirmahitanu Tanti Prachoraya Karyan Yai Virmaha Kanyan Makarya Dirmahitanu Dorka Prachoraya Vidyabhriyai Chavidmahe Kamaraja Dedmahi Tanuru Devi Prachudayat Om Mahadevdiyai Chavidmahe Vashuru Karnyai Char Dermari Tanu Lakshmi Prachudayat Ermjur Neersjatcher Nern Gertr Tharndur Dersnar Dir Marchnar Smor Tribas Oim Rocher Tertor Tres Damdora Theator Search Tornarta Sirdam Dorator Ninchore Morser Form Chorit E Lori Las Rinsin Lord Minarstar Modul Orcher Don Triars Admin Tripas Korbar Cern och Mjörner Bargerterna Nar Berbam Sardam Dorin Darastar Vindruni Verbar Hortor Morich Rosortor Morich Romortor Mornor Niberbam Morlers Ringtil Bas Forfers For Rofreertor Morchech Nimrag Ba Nater Dochron na door gras na doreo diar sloen nimronter tel ner cuore bar na corte bordin donti or chor namasera or rid ina in yore on mjornia senal search star samarach Konortar mirnas erde forblir nerbjørs nerbjerter moser durn det turgel am el anus der omlia lorg mor am sen search marnerch roba chertar Serbritar narch serch serneriv orear kota gor moresa ruberar inspiruto nori form sa. Domine est salustor heru est salustor. Dominus est salustor pan est salustor. Domine est salustor Krishna est salustor. Super populum tuum domine benedictum tua. Ateheye yayo, ateheye yayo, ateheye lo, ateheye lo, nitunishira, wanyegeleke kita, eyayor, nitunishira, wanyegeleke kita, eyayo, ateheye lo, nitakuye, wanyegeleke kita, eyayo, nitakuye wanyegele keketaye yayo ateheyelo michninchki nanpe mayorza arteheyelo inichagakerte arteheyelo chanun pawanchi chaurpi charur pawanchi chaurpi arteheyelo Charyani pita, teheyelo, her tuercha, heu charni ho, he tuercha, heu charni ho, hunko okile chaya, he uho, hunko okile chaya, he uho, arteheyelo, wana yan marniye, arteheyelo, tatanka one arteheyelo, leshel mi yo kan ketelo yo, leshel mi yo kan ketelo yo, takumaka ichaga hena mitawa yelo yo, takumaka ichaga hena mitawa ye. Lo yo, arte hey yo, arte hey yo, ella yo, minchikshi te wakila che ye, minchikshi te wakila che ye, oya te ye, inichaga pita che ye, oya te ye, inichaga pita. Tache ye, eteye, heyelo, arteye, eyelo, harye, eyayo, eyayo, milakin hiyu mi chichi yarna, milakin hiyu mi chichi yarna, wawaka blakete, ye, wawaka blakete, ye. Onchi heye lo yo, onchi heye lo yo, puya chingi wasna waka gern yin kerte, puya chingi wasna waka yin kerte, onchi heye lo yo, onchi heye lo yo, le heya ye, le heya ye, kangi ye o yarte ye. Chaya wahun welo kangi ye oyate ye chaya wahun welo niyarte ye heue niyarte yelo heue wan bali kalshka wan yar nihiyowe wan bali kalshka wan yar nihiyowe miyukan kin wan laki ye miyukan kin wan laki ye hena wan laki hena wan laki he ya ye he ya he ye hey ya ye yeah. Minchinchi mitawaye, minchinchi mitawaye, arte hewe, arte ya ya, hewelo, arte ya, hewelo, yaripita, yaripita, eyauelo, wasna wakinkita, eyeya, wasna wakinkita, eyeya, Lachi ya por ya lechi ya po he yelo arte he yelo arte lerna makuwe arte lerna makuwe Petawan yan makuwe Petawan yan makuwe Arta makuwe Arta makuwe Ina hekuo misunkala che o marni misunkala che o marni ina hekuo wana spirta uncirta zipa michuye uncirta zipa michuyerte arte heilu hekinarianka galie hekinarka galie wan lechia wan narsapita que yarpirlo wan lechiaria warnasapita que yapirlo warnipite Cagario, Warnikepe, Cagario, Arte Hegelo, Mia one Mariancario, Mia one Maoyancario, Kangio Yate, one Chanku Wakagi, Locankio Yate, one Chanku Wakagelo, Yani Pictacha, Kula Heyelo, Makasito manyan ukiye, one bali oyarte, one hoshi hiyelo, arte heyelo, maku wacha yai ukiye, perteken ukiye kangi oyarte, one hoshi hiyelo, arte heyelo, lena wakan wakakarche, arte heyelo, kale kinhan wakan wakakarche, arte heyelo, chanorn pakin wakakarche, arte heyelo, lorn yorkan kinchi churche, arte heyelo, Ogara kinniarki karte, arte heyelo, Minchinchi taherna kupiye, Minchinchi taherna kupiye, Makuche wan washte, Ayagali pikete, arte heyolo, Luwana wicheshka atiye, we hurta oho marni o kartarno, kordian wo wakinkete, koyan wo wahinkete, arta michuye, warhinkepete, warhinkepe, michuye, ahiya, wasna watinketa, wasna wakinkita, hanpa wachage, hanpa wechege, te wakilahe, wan blini chalahe karielu, tokicha, wan gala kinkita, Tokicha wan wengala kinkita ni hun kon heyelo ni hun kon heyelo wakanyan inya kinkite wakanyan inyan kinkite Changaleshkawan Luzahania Wakin Kite Changaleshkawan Luzahan Yin Yan King Kite Wan Wayag Upo Wan Wayag Upo Arteheyulo. In Israël ne pesudin ne druos renuzes kabrusharale mar perushaps kapukin jorot gadem sepekim ne benomatikin jepem miort no nepsugo mari bashared ne courageous on mine basharaj was hotem dun suten in making no nor kepresete bada panamam kem nu tok nebu nepsukotem tash haru ne boy and toy in buare Kepin seruap seruin pot ne truin spin mahatje toy toras nepen kebaro mutet nu dar pepe Hasn't never rot at a midhead to share a boot my heat of contotat, na my part upset neptoted kintated, har my heat had a time can water new ship asking a team he upon Roya Shapas can wasting a team he hab duties you tap and pick every daughter my caru when I had the passage rapid Yamasa Sapis or Poape Camera Ekna many antar min pekenor hekop en romaricus sagatara merurikuria rutemer runesra tepeverua herumen henu herut har helumen arpu heru benu heru sois sorte pioge kerti smente budut kinor benum smamor pep kenti kapetses funtuo asarailin sedep mikerep seri keru semek keru sekaru em kurui sekarine zulu metus miketutum usa Courtneyshire senes he suarek paireta parem kinesem kintuis suari chutim chutas kapernek continui harit illuminance nesenu or art can pet mutapedi toshen kinum borak popampeset su afnek tuum kitergeb or set nabut aminit min heton and pets a pet tetor and an answer should I get to Azir mar second running pet nepta that shet that jetat that puapuat second pet second toy her and ampu kin te het tapijua papua meset serkim Resusekem toya benepi mutet segment bas ke pasal perbas luasan wasek segment head paraisa kuno boshura sortini herin si akusata repakers securement sermentet to it the kemusekus restimnumen the scary capismented salamarab sara pep serhera madu second amended budget 20 capatuno ho 40 bana Maria Pentes and Boparam Kesuosnas Corti as Guamsina from Seku Namahat Enemiu Sortiu Tutur Mama Parmenti Marana Harry Saru Kamisha Kerunekin Sarkaru Basti Hive Haref Tarek Keramatina Nem and Depep Nebra Sedeki Nebaboy Never Tim Tim Sapari Mabab Ahu Turu Rakit Nehem Nefer Nehem Courses or Tip on Ahef Nemaher Heri Tapertu of Nepeti Tasmanin Unut Kabu Shisher Circuit of Boot Meor Maltoy so much called Nema Business Mukahamasha Petazorthankin and Trink Imrint Netter Kilmistu Mankin can do the Marins Kinementum Tortut or Ramasus Jati or Kanjara Ratu Aratenterti Nepet also to an enium Salani Senedi Joy Keneki Record Jo o jar ek nesikem karui poekem jari wemekar piun shornation in mier he said to mute vaiti to wabe kuabe tuek nukek sene wabe sekemek one like ne for a petef me tu in soreka partaptum sekna sekier tiek netet jorti wardam so tu en akomon pujo tu nek shurhal menhet nuk pen puam ne fu sorke Artum tatek nan ni fu pu na meni sortek shorti artum tatem nu fu Amenta casa serani fu you wabudi in catenamati in Japan and a hair and rajazar yamahotap the mitico caramamaruta kekintet and 2x neti to mediac septiu canada rebaranki wamit one bit new bit mahat ramita hadef nefadet woman head totas at tapnini matem kalutin has you rek nukminen and that padin success mariu kumahotan neparadet or subsapam soy Moame karing nuk sois or apara kaparam ket mutai messen tu never ne keper kintin manu resek never tepe metro into it operam shishani never chakai kamatu sejek toyem satu ekteman never weki au super temota impoti mes you poti utapiui on kutratek shanam tu muturak nutron nem nukuna param numota ponu shishani aparam kuna triunium samrami boy in my neck Capernaum till Martot Aria tot Hotep Swatem Kapram Pelwatam Jaratunar, Niunek, Musicons, Shamo Horek, Soy Particular, Shupargam Nemeter, Katekis, Wesaka, Technical, Warem, Parem Nunutek, Watra, Amparek, or two, Aek, Unup Atem, Q Kubsruf Washek Toy Kamor Chu Totu Nebria Summon Pet Moiru Nemanama Sparkim and Sum Petresa Senetet and Tari Tap Tapem Soy Kaparanu Kut Tapkara Antarasanekituka Ikuamakai Awake Branu Mesasutu Roy Pram Kamutap and Abu and Lurker Dirty and Dick in Kasu. Isnenik on Wabanek set in neck time almo hug netary Tim Sikimi pet natrum and hand so what hand no shake jure and mosquito kai my inches Gordon jet and the 3 watt he utetsu masucha do what to pesher hayat in unik pesher nejek nukep current war on out of Atumamit Masaru do a certain Meregu never nashra karosh kiari edes kamamen kitaka proof and tavumutum tuna peroshon and long American turn and bupesreka and kemisherik. Ik heb net roe de bujor karasho ne mek shebe grab kinik ne American do piu sikar kep tek tek bedal shara tapan ne pru wek nin ju di waja to tap en pesh waja washne so waja hemsem shizar mahen dur pedro nelson epne second konesa kureno ser kurti so pada hapu wajara pata wajari ni ser one Nukpu kaparam kapari kaparan kapru nebem kaprashi kaparam ram turum pam yasuna una ankaratan man ngabiyarti uno araman kabiyarti une bring kabiyarti and toy sorbai kermi kapi me tu ariu to the rabi what when abae Sebafrasione coronalia frontonia pensare per i romos abo second betsuti subakarem per memakior se carpetia coraggio charatu amo petem toimenet corona maru amo nepsen through nebi a carne burwas roy rusham so amo amendem skedet american maru amo nepsen through nebsam sikene quabe quabe quabsik make keren he wabe comnet rusam sikene cor per kis rupshring Shariba Irgor, Sorti Kabir, Kimikarapecuno, Tannen Bike and Kabir, Magnet, Wall, Nashroin, and Beshi Petiketi at the Nekiku, Samonuation, Petiku had substance Kurashim to an Amakiku, Sahan and Camry, and Numero Dursen and Kaisen, and any Safran Ketty and Akabarka, Kuata, Nourish, or one water, water Barankat, and then the pet and Saluna, that's big to make it mimic Kisu Captain Tech, and Chumnutet, Runi, and Piatini, Petnari, Wabanapani, Netru, Medicine. Sikaraprikata netu duty of simony for Mansikapson, Timavison, Jara, Marcus Carapes, or the Baversara, the Snarina Capros, and Surinta Pai, Capamoto, Mura, promotion, of them indeed, Piatini, Naplan, Poised at the threshold of shadows and substance, we peer into the ancient presence of a map forgotten and hidden in our flesh, hidden in a thorn-covered well. A golden lock and a silver key in exchange for the cup of eternity is all that we may offer, though they are the most sacred tolls on the hidden road. The 5 full rose blossoms of red and white, of tears and blood, prick the hands that pry. May we drink the shadows from this holy well whose waters rise from deep within us and who reveals a hidden light encased in stone. Dare we peer into the ancient depths, into the eyes of a dreamer as old as time. We can only offer a heart of innocence and the seeker's feet to tread this ancient stone stairway that leads downward, inward into the soul of the world. We pray for the redemption and wisdom from that sacred well of enchantment, that we may remember and tread once again upon the sacred land, spun by threads of fate and a golden cord of vision. This first step, most profound, is our first step from the sleep of 1,000 lives. Sidingerana Kampa, Sidingerkia Kampa. Sikia Kampa, Ziana Kampa. Newt. Geb. Newt. Kepra. Ra. Tuma, Katu, Kansu. Arsimitoki Shabu Banana Shamtulina, Arsimitoki Shabu Banana Shamtulina, Arsimitoki Shabu Banana Shamtulina, Abra.
We're not going nowhere. But I'm just getting some feeling back into my legs and grabbing some fresh coffee. Well, I guess we moved to the left and we're moving to the right. I guess we did go somewhere. Excuse me, or don't. I'm gonna let my cup warm up for a little bit there. There you go. It's Ever feel your brain work like an antenna? Maybe, maybe not. I do. Not a feather I usually wear, but this morning it was like, wear me! I was like, okay. Very welcome, Claire and others. You know, I wasn't, and then I was, and then I wasn't, and I don't know, I added an extra was or wasn't, I don't know. But Wizard of the Wild, I got my catch right here. See? It's the one that got Hook's hands, or hand. It's got his tag on there. And I got my leopard over here, you know, in case we go in the water, land. What do I need to? I got my allies, got my catches, got my friends, all that good stuff. If you wanted to, that's his own fault. It'd be a fake cup, so we gotta get a fake, like, a Pepsi cup. Oh, that's how we'll do it. So then, okay, look. So then what I'll do is I'll get an extra wide straw, and I'll get my saved Pepsi cup, and then I'll be like, and that'll look a lot better than, I mean, right? What do you think so? Like, to have it, like, stay there, and then I don't have to hold it there, you know, it'd be one-handed, you know, like, I like that idea. That's a good idea. And if you're somewhere where it's like you can't smoke or anything, then you just hold it in for so long and the stuff just evaporates onto your lungs and no smoke comes out. I did that once. Somebody's like, "Where'd all the smoke go?" I'm like, "Well, my lungs ate it all. If you leave your mouth shut." Anyways, I like that idea. That's a good idea. Hey, just in case there's a big giant. If you can't spell backwards, that's okay. You don't need to. I love that cook. This is my favorite cook. That's like whatever I need. I used to have just all my stuff in there. And if I needed something, boom, it was in there. So I'd be looking for something like blah blah blah blah. Boom. I shut up because I go for the big giant cup that got everything in it. Got everything I need. Coffee. I don't know, man. I got some of these incense, and they smell just like the Renaissance Festival, man. That's a nice smell. One of my favorite memories, me and my mom, we were at this blacksmith, and they were doing the iron forging, and just the smell of a forge, man. I don't know. It's interesting how some incense sticks have that beautiful aroma to me. I could be wrong though. Somebody probably walk in and be like, "That smells like something else." Whatever. I like going to the Renaissance Festival with my mom. Got to get away from everybody and dress up. I just did something for myself. I didn't go crazy on the dress up. It's like I went to the Renaissance Festival. Damn. I got a story for you. Ooh, if you want to stick around for it. So I was uh, I was dating this one girl. I'm gonna jump to the main meat of it here. I'm not gonna dally on. I was seeing this one girl about an hour away from where I lived, and I go visit her, and we'd have our fun time, and I drive back to town and work and all that stuff. And this girl, she had the idea to go to the Renaissance Festival, and I invited her over once to my house and picked her up and all that stuff. And of course, my mom's like always a part of my life, and well, she was, and and so the girlfriend, the lady I was seeing, she gave my mom the idea of the Renaissance Festival, and then my mom got me a surprise, and we got she got the King's Feast for both days. So I think, or one of them at least. Yeah, no, she got the King's Feast for one day, which was like a 2-hour show, and all you could eat and drink: booze, soda, meat, cheese, like fucking sausage. Well, I don't know if cheese was there, but like, yeah, they did. They had they had the fruit cheese, the fruit plate with the cheeses, and all of that stuff. And I just realized I never stopped going. My mom died. My wife left me, took my kids. Everybody cast me out. But my character never stopped developing. And my character wasn't just some fake story, it wasn't just some pretend shit. But damn, the night, he went on a journey. He went on a fucking journey. And he put down his sword and said, "This ain't the way to go. This violence, this beating each other, this ain't the way to go. I done that shit, guys. Conquered everything too. That ain't the way to do it. We got to put down our weapons. We got to go the shamanic path. We got to learn how to connect with each other because the only way we move forward is doing that." Like, I never gave up on that. People see me and they're like, "Whoa, you're so dressed up. What are you dressed up for?" And I'm like, my heart's bleeding. What the fuck are you talking about? If you really sat and talked to me for 5 minutes, I'm not doing good. That's life. That's life on the regular. I need the fun. I need the encouragement. I need the positivity. I got enough. I got enough. I got enough pain than to create any more. But my mom, she had this dream because we were always stuck in like fucking Gossip Central, man. You think of Gotham City, think of Gossip City. Oh shit. We were in Gossip City Central. And my mom just wanted to run away. She just wanted to go join. She just wanted to had this idea to go join the like not join it, but like go work the Renaissance Festival or something and travel. My ex girlfriend, the second woman I ever slept with, gave the idea to my mom about a Renaissance Festival because one day I drove an hour to pick up the girl, come back, and an hour to pick her up, and an hour to take her back to my house to hang out with my mom and do shit. And I drove her back home for an hour. I'm pretty sure we fucked, and then back home. And so like, but for that one visit, she gave my mom the idea about the Renaissance Festival. And my mom, she talked to people. She didn't care who you. I would stand there for 40 minutes in the shop looking at stuff, and she was there standing, talking to people, talking to the person that owned it. She had long conversations with people, and I was too young to be. I might have stood there and listened to half of it, but it's going in one ear out the other. I'm looking at swords and people in their outfits, and I'm just completely distracted by everything. That's why I lived behind that Renaissance festival after my mom died. In the neighborhood, in my own place. And I got to know people
who actually had lasting memories with my mom. From the family and everybody that ousted me, took all my pictures, took everything, took the notes, the journals, took all the memories. And I still found some strangers in the world that knew my mom. And I hung out with them and I got to know them. My mom got the idea to go join the Renaissance Fair. Go live life on the road. Get a RV. Do whatever. I don't think. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know if we talked about an RV. I don't think we did. Maybe we did. Maybe we didn't. But she had the dream, and I wasn't. I didn't even care about. I didn't even care. But after she passed away, that's why I decided to live that dream. I didn't have anything else. Everything else was taken. Everybody wanted everything else from me, so I decided not to fight because I've been involved in enough fights. Nobody needs to get hurt. Not me or anybody else. Nobody needs to get hurt. So I just went on my long walk and my character never stopped developing from place to person to environment to culture, religion, spiritual system, tribal way, whatever you want to call it, whoever I was around. That's what I learned. That's what I got into. I explored the world beyond what other people kept me in a cage of, and that cage was a label. The way they labeled my mom, the way that they spoke, their words, that gossip was nothing but somebody's opinion. The gossip is an opinion. It's not valid. It's if you took it to the court of law and said, "This is the gossip rag, and we wrote it thoroughly, Your Honor. Please prosecute that person." Oh my gosh, what a fucking joke, right? Right. And yet, we, I used to whatever. We tend to think like somebody's a fucking attorney with goddamn evidence and they're gonna fucking like get us 20 years locked up or something. Because of an opinion? Psh, that's your opinion. That ain't the truth. I know the truth. I don't need to argue with you about the truth. I ain't exactly writing a show. I'm not exactly doing this. I ain't exactly doing that. I'm talking about everyday stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's because somebody asked you something, you have no, you don't have to answer it. It's a one of the awesome things my mom taught me. Just because they ask you, don't mean you're obligated to answer. And boy, don't ain't it funny when people think, well, aren't you? Why you're not answering because you're hiding something? Yeah, I'm hiding something. Okay. It's funny. It's things come down to laughter rather than anger, and that's what I found is a big key. That laughter, man, it's pretty powerful, especially when it's got truth behind it. There was there was a good while of my life where I was in hermit mode.
but I had to go out amongst people. I had to be in amongst people. So like, but I was in hermit mode, you know, like I'm not doing all that stuff. I'm like this right now, and and oh gosh, wherever I was going with all of that, it's a yellow brick road. That sun can be pretty blinding. Can certainly create so much life that it just keeps growing and growing and growing and growing and growing. And to climbing ever higher, to ascending ever higher. That's for sure. I know I was thinking about my coffee. Oh. But there's something interesting about the reading. My mind kind of put something together uh, last night or this morning or something or another, and so the other day we had read a couple of articles and shared a couple of articles talking about how using mantras, Buddhists using mantras, and a certain Protestant group using tongues. And essentially, they were achieving a very, very, very similar state of being, if not two different states of spiritual activity. Um, and so my mind's been trying to was trying to grasp something there, and it did. And so I'd like to share that with you. As I read over them from the beginning, I'm directed literally. At first, it's pure heart. It's pure heart on this one. It's pure heart, and my brain makes up the words afterwards. But it says just keep reading. If you mess up, just keep reading. You're gonna read it again. You're gonna go over that word again. You're gonna get better at it in the future. Just keep, just keep reading. Don't worry about it. Don't go backwards. Don't go backwards. And there'd be a lot of times like I mess up and stuff, and it's like, but the flow still happens. The miracle still happens. The energy's still there. I still feel jazzed. Like it's still popping. And so then my mind was trying to grasp the difference between words that have meaning and words that do not have meaning in this in this particular subject matter. And the Egyptians, they use the most precise, powerful, down to the source of the words of power, and they concentrate on that. Now they got the hieroglyphic system and everything that's there, so you can expound further, but it really works with a small set of words of power in comparison to India, in which they're like working with every single freaking word and their extractions and combinations. And so for me, it was like Egyptian words of power that it would be used in mantras and so forth and so on. These words do have specific meaning, and they were crafting with it. In India, they were crafting in a completely different fashion. Perhaps it just kept living, and so we still have that in life, and not just on the stone wall or on scrolls. However, and in any regard, that's when I got to India and I saw that they were using like all the words. So like in Egypt, like how do I explain? With the words of power, we can build the pyramids, we can build the building. Um, Metaphorically, I'm speaking here. And in India, the words of power, we can get in and we can do a detailed surgery with the amount of words they have because it gets very intricate. The amount that they actually are employing is just get into hieroglyphs in Egyptian first, Kemetic, and then move on to the Indian script. It was a lot smoother process for me. Very huge gap between Christianity and Hinduism of India. Very, very large gap to make. To go from Christian to, and then get into Jewish, and then get into Egyptian. Flows a lot better. You're going to follow the words of power. You're going to follow the powers, the authorities, the seraphim, essentially the key components that actually create the element of what we would consider modernly God to be. Um, and as they were describing the being to be as well, um, um, with their correct words used. Um, and so in that regard, getting into the flow state itself is a thing in a process, and you can do so without meaning. You can get into the aether and just let your spirit do what it wants. Go like just have whatever spirit. It's like it's a guided meditation, right? Guided. It's guided. It's a guided tour. It's nothing crazy. No crazy journeys going on. But when you get into the Egyptian side, oh, now we can cleanse our soul. We don't have to wait till we're dead. We can start doing it right now. And when we get to the Indian side, we actually it taught me by the mechanics that I was using on the Kemetic side, how to fine tune what I was capable of, what I was actually performing, what I was doing. And so, like one gets you in the ballpark, the other one makes you an active participant. Using the correct methods, employing the correct techniques, which can vary across the board. One can replace other methodologies, other formats, and they can use their own systems, their own visualizations. So once they get onto the field, into the ball game, so to speak, like they can use their own system to play the game. They don't exactly have to follow what was there because the words of power, the true words of power, the root words of power are hidden within a multitude of words. For instance, this is why they went to Greek with a lot of things. This is why Greek is not my first go-to. Thoth, Thoth, and Tehuri, those are two different sounds. Tuti, Thoth, Hermes. There were the ancient words of power contained in those older languages. The newer languages that came up replaced them. Latin, they really worked with some. You know how to do your stuff in that one, man. They created a pretty effective language utilizing those words of power. So it's pretty effective in spell work. Spell work. I'm gonna spell my future one letter at a time. Somebody needs to make a bumper sticker out of that one right there. You have one, and then at the bottom, that's what it says at the top of the picture. And at the bottom of the picture, you have somebody with a brick, and they're like moving one brick. And then you have somebody, and they got like a letter in their hand. You know, because I built this page one brick at a time. You're probably already ahead of me. Oh my god. Words are funny when you become very literal with their definitions, and then you're able to imply. It's just funny stuff the way it winds up coming up. I don't think I'm that funny. I really don't. I think I feel. I had this one joke. I told the joke. Literally, I would tell the joke. Nobody would laugh. There'd be four people. They'd be left staring at me like nothing, like plain. Person next to me, they'd tell the joke. Same exact words. Same words. Just different infatuations on whatever. On the wall. And at the end of it, everybody's fucking laughing. And it was like, every time, over and over and over and over. I know I'm not a good comedian. I try, I fail. I said, I killed it. I'm like, I threw my harpoon at it. I got my spear. I got my sword. I stabbed that bitch with. It ain't getting up. We'll leave that one in the past. uh, would anybody? I would like to do tarot oracle reading for one person. I don't want to do like a bunch of them. But is there anybody that would like a tarot or oracle reading? Just let me know in the chat log. Loki said yes. Thanks, James. I appreciate you, bro. Alright, I'm gonna. Oh man. I, I'm gonna do the reading for Ashley. But Loki, sleep on it one more night. If I'm when I'm done with Ashley's reading, if you want the reading, I'll do it for you. But based on the response, give it one more night, and I'll sleep on that reading too. So when I do it, it's gonna be a good reading because I mean I'll do a if you're up for that. Anyways, I'm gonna do one for Ashley. Seemed like Ashley really wanted a reading. Okay, boom. I love it. I fucking love it, Wizard. I'm doing it. Hold on. So in my book, I know you've probably been around and seen me talk about my book, heard it, whatnot. So it's a language, and in the book I say that it's just the beginning. It's like what I created, what I received is just a seed. It can be expounded on greatly if we actually keep a recording of the words. And so Cetra is published. It has 129 words. There are more that I've done on an expanded version, but essentially I need to get a better keyboard and get some internet security stuff, so I need funds for that in order to do that. Um, but um, but essentially, it's a base of which to create more positive words, words that would actually properly fit into the language, and a group of, because we have curse words, so why don't we have blessing words? Yes, all right. I'm writing it down. That's the title of the word. Blessings. And see and to be technical, we do, and those words are legitimately the words of power. The blessing word, the curse words, the blessing words, they truly are words of power. But we can we can have something new to start and do. Um, I'm gonna coffee's catching up with me. I'll be back within 60 seconds or so, and we'll pull cards for Ashley. For other people that wanted a reading, stick around. Perhaps, perhaps not. We'll see how that flows today. Sometimes I get a little burnt out on doing too many readings, but I was feeling in the mood to do one, so and a couple people spoke up real quick right away, and so those were obviously it hit where it hit, and boom, I was feeling the energy, and Ashley was like me, and I was like, oh, okay, and Loki. Um, if you want that today, or if you want to wait till tomorrow, I'm gonna wait till tomorrow. However you feel, if you feel up for it, you let me know. You let me know after the reading that I do for Ashley. I'll be right back after these silent. Oh, ooh, no, we don't have messages. I'll be right back after this moment of silence. pretty sure you are, but just want to double make sure before I start shuffling cards. Just let me know you're still here, Ashley, in the chat log, and I'll start shuffling cards for you. So that one was. Cool, cool, cool. That's another reason why I really don't mind people's negative comments towards me, because I speak so many blessings. Like, I don't know how long I read for, but I read for like an hour or 2 hours going positive word, positive word, positive word, positive, positive, blessing, blessing, blessing, honor, goodness. Oh my gosh, if all, what I read to speak it in the English language in this tongue would have doubled the amount of words spoken. At minimum, would have doubled. So those words of power is. Whew. So regardless of what anybody else really has to say, I've been pumped up with blessings, goodness, and love. And the other stuff just doesn't have a place to grow. It's like somebody threw a bunch of seeds at me and I'm all sealed up. There ain't no open soil or anything. It just fell right down. I was told to stay in my own lane, so I did. Just kept going faster and faster and faster. I recognized I wasn't the problem. I was the solution. And once the problem got handed off to somebody who could take care of it, because before I showed up, they didn't know about it. Well, it's time for me to take off. Ashley. Speaking on other things, and literally what I was talking about, I pulled two cards that literally were literally exactly what I was saying. The two cards described it. I'm like, so I was like, Ashley, I'm focusing on Ashley here. Awareness is interesting because I find all I need is a name, and especially if the other person is conscious of me and they want to connect, like, I don't even have to have an image of the person. I don't even have to have any additional information. I know that I know things connect, Ashley. Oh shit. That's a good card. That was a good oh shit. One thing I'm going to say before I jump into the reading, trust your own opinion and your own viewpoint. Take that direction before you go follow other people, Ashley. It's got some good sight. You got some good sight inside of you, and people don't agree with you. People tell you that your ideas suck, that they're bad ideas, in whichever sly fox mannerism they do it in. And I'm going to tell you why they do that. Because they want the idea for themselves. So if they tell you it's a bad idea, you're going to forget about it because you're not going to do it. They're going to work on it behind your back in secret. They're going to rebrand it as looking to be doing something else, saying something else. But what you made, the idea you had, it was a success. It was a winner. And 9 times out of 10, you're correct. 9 times out of 10, you're correct. The 1 out of 10th time you're not correct, that's your biggest stumbling block, and that's when you listen to other people's opinions rather than your own intuition. That much I'm going to predicate. You know a lot more. You've been through a lot more. You've thought a lot more than most do. If you didn't know that, just know that. And that's all you just need to know that. Okay. Now, we're starting out at the beginning. Well, we got 2 cards, and it moves into a beautiful direction, okay? Just know that, Ashley. So the first card is the 8 of Cups here. This is not your regular Rider-Waite deck. This particular 8 of Cups is stating that scandals due to love affairs, unfortunate choice of husband and wife. Now I want to be very clear that leaves a strong impression of a physical husband or a physical wife. Leaving everything else, bringing the lesson home on this one. I was within a group and they said to everybody, which is valuable to me, I still value it, they said, go home, get a journal, and take a note and write down how much time you spend at work, how much time you spend here, how much time you spend at home. Okay? And what you're doing is, if you're at work, you're working. If you're home, if you're studying for that place or practicing for that place, log that time down of what your attention is going to. That's the primary focus of this, is what your attention is going to. And then at the end of the week or at the end of the month, calculate all of your time and where your majority of time went to, attention-wise, that is what you're wed to. That is what you're bound to. That is what you value above everything else. I leave it there. However, second card, number 2. and this is the gate of the sanctuary. Here we have occult science represented by a stately woman seated between two columns of a temple. These columns representing good and evil. The figure is crowned with a crescent and her face is veiled as a sign that truth is not visible to the profane. She has upon her breast the solar cross, emblematic of universal generation, and in her lap a papyrus half covered by her cloak, indicating that the mysteries of the sacred science are unveiled only to the initiated. The tiara upon her head is the emblem of the power of the intelligence, lighted up by wisdom, represented by the represented by the crescent. The figure is seated because science united to wisdom and willpower is immovable. Science united to wisdom and willpower is immovable. This arcane number 2 tells us that if man possesses a strong will, they cannot fail to see the true light and obey it properly. It is essential, however, and they should keep silent as to their opinions and projects, as it has been said that the world belongs to the silent ones. So, what I see here is amidst a rough start, like most of us have, you've got a friend there that's helping you out, however you want to see that friend. As yourself, as the Divine Mother herself, as an angel, as a guardian, however you want to see that individual or that being, they're there. Second card is Tahuti, and Tahuti is great. This is actually the year, essentially, of Tahuti, of divine wisdom. So it's a really nice thing there. I'm gonna read I'm gonna read a shorthand and then I won't call it a medium, but regular length perhaps. Let's see here. Good counsel or good judgment doubled. Good fortune. That's the kit and caboodle of what that card right there is saying. And so upon your journey of being initiated, of being able to learn the secrets, of being able to be silent and being able to pay attention and learn from a bad choice being made in the past, well, when you're going to learn how to make a good choice, we're going to pay attention of how those things don't work and things won't be different because we're actually going to be employing wisdom in our workings of what we do of our regular on day ongoings. Um, and I'm going to type something in the chat log. The word is hung. Hung. Hung. Hung. It's hung. Like ooh. That's how the U is pronounced here. Okay, that is a word of power that connects to Tahuti, to divine wisdom. So if you're in a state, perhaps in the morning, perhaps during your day, at any point, you can say this word within or verbalized. It's effective both ways. It truly is. It truly is. Of course, the external speaking of it, the chanting of that word, will cause resonance and circulation within the body much more than just within the inside. But that's getting a little bit further into things. Other than that, I will mention that lapis lazuli is a good stone to have that connects if you want to create a talisman connected with Tahuti, with divine wisdom, with this aspect of yourself. Then when you can grade, I'll type it in here. Lapis lazuli. That's the type of stone that's there in the chat log, and you can certainly add those two together to make a more lasting impact. But truly, that was a positive read through, which is saying that on that card specifically, that's why I said, that's why before the reading started, Ashley, that's why I said, like, trust your own judgment, trust your own counsel. You are the sage when there are no sages around. You are the person with the wisest counsel. Is it going to work? Is it going to be best? It's probably going to avoid the most problems. It'll, it's probably the safest choice to take that one. And the only person who's truly going to take that advice each and every time is yourself. And so, the things you aren't proficient in, of course, follow someone else's lead. Know somebody else knows knows what they're doing on something. But if your gut knows, if your mind knows, follow that most intrinsically. You have a solid formula within you, whether you've activated it or not. Your path will open that to you. And then this leads us to our last card, Ashley, the Scribe of Ankhs. Okay, we had that this card in the beginning, which was like the rough start. Like, man, that's nothing. But we ain't just initiating, man. We're moving through. We got some progress. We got wisdom, and now we're here at the Scribe of Ankhs. And essentially, this one is bringing out intuition, youthfulness, idealism, creativity, curiosity, kindness, dreaming, spirituality, recognition of great accomplishments, numerous ideas, connection to nature. That's where it gets you. That's where it gets you. Right there. Right where you want to be. Got any questions or anything, Ashley? Just let me know before I move on. Stephen said, where did that echo come from? 3 hours and 12 minutes into it, there's an echo. We're at 3 hours and 12 minutes and 46 seconds right now. I should write that down. I have the pen right here. I'm gonna start. If y'all notice an anomaly or something like that, like, yeah, I'm gonna and it'd be a great idea to start writing those things down, and then maybe I could start my own um, paranormal activity channel or something. I don't know. I guess I already have my own channel. Shush it. See, sometimes you make stuff before you even got the idea to do it. Thank you, Loki. Oh, Rogue Red heard it too. Interesting. Moonwave. I don't know. I mean, you could pull back my videos. You'd have to like go through them. They last for like 9 hours at a time, going straight. But I guess I could answer the question. He's like, where do you stream from consistently for so long? Like, I'm trying to visualize what exists beyond this room. I don't know. Kind of like being in the middle of a black hole, to be honest. Like my space, when I come in here, this is my room. Like wherever I go, I don't care. This is what I'm gonna make up. This is what I'm gonna create. Some function, form, nature, shit, anything. And not anything, but you get, you know. I'm gonna create my portal space. I'm gonna create my temple, shrine, whatever. But I'm gonna do my thing. Heck, I did it at the beach. I was at a beach and I made an altar space on the beach. I made an altar space on the land. Oh man, I was there for a few days. I can't be without some resonated some juice with the planet. Um, there's this one person I knew. There's a whole family. They had 3, 4 kids, I think. Yeah, they have 4 kids. And I was. They told me they lived in a tent. I was like, no. They were like, yeah. And they had me convinced for like 20 minutes that they lived in a tent. Like all of them convinced me they lived in a tent. And I was like, y'all could come over if y'all want to. I was like, and they were like, oh, we're just pulling your leg. And, but hell, I've done it in my life. You know, you can have some pretty badass tents, some big ass tents. You think of a teepee, that's a pretty nice, good sized teepee. There's some pretty big tents out there in the world, I'll tell you what. I'm floating in, no, I'm just floating in space. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha, that's funny. Okay, look, so like, for the people that are watching, and they do think, because people do have the thought, Adam Tribet. Tribet. Damn it. Damn. Adam Tribet. I was like, is that Adam? Adam, damn it. Damn it. No, it's not. It's a damn. Anyways, he said, what do you want? So, between not yesterday, but the 2 days prior, I actually found articles that were published between June 9th and July 1st, one and the other. And these two articles expressed legitimately and by scientific PhD motherfucker, like on the compliment level, motherfucker complimenting, like at colleges and shit, or universities, whatever the case, and they described and spoke of the process and the proof and an ongoing study, because they already got proof out the study and they decided to carry it on with other things as well, that we literally can create through focused meditation. We can literally legitimately create DMT, enough DMT to have a trip, and we can create cannabinoid fucking substance so that we get high. Your body can make it and produce it in the correct state of meditation. And the article mentioned that I shared it. If you can replay it and get the chat log, this thing's in there. I might have it on here if you want me to share it. I feel like somebody's like, I really want to read that article. I might have it. I know I put it in my bookmarks, but I ain't going crazy in my bookmarks here. So if I'll see if I can pull it up, and if I can, great, and if I can't, I ain't worried about it because it's in the freaking. I already did it. I don't worry about going backwards. That's other people's junk they got to deal with, believe it or not. You know, like I don't care. Anyways, let's see. Maybe I can find it. Da, da, da, da, da, da, da, da. I think I went too far. Nope. Well, that's one. Okay, but without the other one, that one's useless. Well, for what I'm talking about, it is. Yeah, no. Okay, if it's on the top of the thing for bookmarks, then okay. Maybe. It's not that one, that's for sure. I'm trying. No, I'm not gonna find it. Anyways, and so literally, what this study expressed was that they had Buddhists going over mantras, and they also in a different in the other group there was Christians, a Protestant group, a particular Protestant group, and they were speaking tongues. So one had meaning to their words, and one had no meaning to their words. And they literally in the article they used quotes from the Buddhist and from the Protestant group after their, I like to call it a jam, ceremony, mantra, tongues, jam, get it? Okay. After they got done with their jam, and they asked them the same question, and their answers were practically interchangeable. They were practically, I mean, you wouldn't know, they both sound like they're on cloud nine. And they did scientific research and they found out that the body does produce these chemical substances. Because the other article was about a young lady, and it's a legitimate article, and she can trip. She can have trips without doing mushrooms or any substance. Legitimate doctors, legitimate in the lab, all that stuff. She ain't got no substances. She ain't taking no substances, and this person can at will go into different very trance states of being and literally have these experiences and share them with people and have unique interactions. And so this is very real. People, what am I on? What am I high on? Shit, I'm high on my own internally made DMT and fucking cannabinoids, plus a little bit from the weed pen. Woo, that really puts you right over the top. Woohoo! Shit. It makes sense. All this time. There was one day, man, I went into this job I was at, and I was dancing. And people were like, "What are you high on?" And I'm like, "I ain't smoking nothing. I ain't got no money to buy no weed. I got cigarettes, but I got fucking shit, and I don't smoke shit like that." But they're like, "What you high on?" I'm like, "I'm high on God," because I didn't know what the fuck I'm high on. Literally, we produce this stuff ourselves. Put some time into shadow work and spirituality and mantras and all that kind of stuff, and you don't have to buy this shit anymore. I mean, make it yourself. Real. Hey, Evie, um, whoa, Evie, you gotta stop deleting people's comments. Period. Like, just no more deleting them. because Secret Superstar put, I'm so bored, can we chat? That's nothing to be deleted, and you deleted those comments. That's not cool. Um, I've asked you for like 3 days. They asked, "Are you a tarot reader?" You deleted their comment. Not cool. Um, so I hope you're still here, Secret Superstar. Um, and like Evie, I'm if you're not a moderator, just don't be surprised. But just stop deleting people's comments. I'll say it one last. I'm not gonna say it. Just stop deleting people's comments. Period. Please. Thanks, Lloyd. Appreciate that. Yeah, I don't think Brian is still here. That's that's messed up. Now that's pretty messed up. He said, I don't even want to read that. Damn. Moonwave. Um, I think there was a question you asked or wanted answered or something. And I went away from the page so I can only scroll up so far and I don't see the question. So if you did have a question, type that back in the log if you don't mind, if you'd be so kind. I'll be happy to answer it. Lokitis said I had a dream that the feather is a master design, a container that retains the pole. One thing, I'm not saying no to that. I'm not saying no to that. Though the the way I see the feather is that it connects with the birds. Um, I don't. There are people that can do this on purpose, and they can have actual results and fill out pieces of papers and blah blah blah blah blah, and at that's what they trained or that's what they do or whatever the case. But if you have a feather in your hair, then you're going to be communing with those birds that are flying in the world of that feather. You're going to be connected with those birds. You're going to be able to see and hear and be informed by and through them in a various amount of ways. Um, that much I learned long ago, and I've been gifted the things I have. One legitimate experience out of many was the fact that oh no. And and so essentially, the things I've been gifted in my life are massively important for elements for me that the world wants me to be in connection with. You connect with spirits, the spirits connect with you. This is what winds up protecting you. The spirit protects the person who's containing them. Okay, so if a spirit's within a human, then the spirit has the power to move faster than voice and sound, which is going to go faster than the speed of light. They're going to affect the future. They can protect you. Okay, and so the spirit will find resonance within you. And as they do this, they protect you. If you come across somebody else and they're like, their spirit's unhappy and it has the opportunity to jump on board with you, then it's going to jump on board with you. Why? Because it's got a happier home. You can take care of them, everything's well. Better place over here. Of course, I'm going to move to somewhere that's better. I eat better, I live better, it's happier, it's more peaceful. Shit, yeah, I want to hang out here. So the more spirits that you get to hang out with you, who live with you, inside of you, the more that protects you. The more you get to go, doo, doo, doo, doo, doo, I'm happy being me. And then they go, bar, to all the mean shit that's around. And it's pretty effective. I like the way it works. So, some of those spirits connect to people and elements and animals and nature through seeds or pearls or stones or whatever the case. A feather. So if somebody gives me something, they give me something. Well, I got to use it. And there's this one time I was traveling, and this bird said, "I'm gonna give you a feather." And so the thought jumped into my head. And literally, I'm walking the next day. The turkeys are crossing the road in front of me, and literally, right where they were walking on my path is one of their feathers, right on the road. I was like, whoa, that's cool. I've had a few different birds do that to me. I get the thought about it first, and then the next day, next few days. One was the next day, and the other one, I think it took like, I don't know, it was like within a week, so within 5 days. I totally forgot about it. And I was walking and I saw it, and I was like, whoa! They said, because the bird said, I'm gonna leave you a feather. And I saw the one, and I ran up on the side of the thing. I grabbed the feather. I was like, whoa! And as I'm looking down at it, and I'm walking home, or continuing to walk on my way, I see another feather on the ground. And I'm walking, and it's essentially a left wing and a right wing feather. And I'm walking, and there's a third feather. And the two feathers, the right and the left wing, are full size, complete opposites, complete, the perfect opposite of feathers. And the third one, I thought it was a baby feather, but I think it might have been maybe a tail feather. But it was like a little tiny, tiny, little young feather, though, like a baby feather. It was like it was so pretty. It was like you said you're only me one, and you left me three. Oh, so yeah, on that level of things. Uh, Raymond Johnson. I have a motto. Uh, Learn from all sources, belong to none. And so I've gotten aspects of myself from Indian, from like gypsy, from this, from that, and I'm a person of love. I have a heart of goodness, and I don't care what I learn. It's another tool in my pocket. You know, I have a knife and I have a fork in my pocket too, like because they're like my medieval knives back in the day. Like they didn't have like eating utensils where you went, so you would have had your own. So that's my fork and knife there, fork and knife set. You know, I don't need to use those all the time. I feel like you want to see this one a little bit closer. Yeah, this one's older, that's for sure. And so, you know, like, I don't need those all the time, but I do need those physical tools more often than not. Cook some food, whatever the case. And otherwise, I don't use them. I like having abilities. I like having options in this life. I've come up against all sorts of things that wanted to do me harm and do me ugly and tell lies and this deed and that deed and I look like the guilty one. Blah blah blah blah blah blah. You lived it. Play the world's smallest violin on a symphony track. Yeah yeah yada yada yada. I'd rather go pick up some tools. And I don't have to follow somebody's way for the rest of my life to treat somebody like family, to see how they honor God, to see how they live amongst their own community of people. Teaches me more about life. We get hobbies and interests, and my greatest interest became humanity. That's what my hobby became. What's my hobby? What's my interest? Humanity. I want to learn about Egyptian. I want to learn about the holy mentors. I want to learn about the Pope. I want to learn about this guy. I want to learn about George Washington. I want to learn about the natives. I want to learn about Egyptian. I want to learn about Jewish. I want to learn about Indian or Hindu. I want to learn about all of it. I don't want to just learn it. I want to live it. I want to experience it. I want to get their perspective on life. I want to see what life was like because I don't have any family anymore. I don't have anyone to share that time with. So all I got is a world of strangers to go meet and say hello to. And as somebody like me, guess what? I'm gonna be cool for a bit with you because you're gonna be like, oh, you're interesting, yeah, you're positive, da da da da. But after 2 3 months, you're gonna be like, yeah, yeah, yeah, I'm doing my thing. And I'm like, yeah, I thought so. It's cool to hang out for a bit, but this is my thing. This is what I love doing. This is why I do what I do. This is why I am who I am every single day, no matter what. And I'm not one that's gonna focus on the entertainment. I'm going to focus on a lesson or progress or learning or some sort of spiritual progress. I'm picking up some information in the veil, and that's what's been guiding my life every single day since. And not too many people are up for that ride because it really means letting go of a lot of physical things. And you may look around me and be like, oh, you got all these physical things around you. Look at that grain, that altar, blah, blah, blah, whatever. People ask you a lot of times, like, if what I wear has a meaning or anything like that, and it does. It has balance. I was mentioning earlier, it has a connection to spirits, so forth and so on in that regard. And balances things out. It balances negative things out. Um, it's interesting what one is guided to do through intuition and how different it looks from the mass majority. And when you're on your journey, you're learning, you're discovering. People are going to ask for titles or words of specific usage. How do I classify you? What are you? Keep on asking. That's what I say in my heart. Shit, I'm interested in what I'm gonna become next. I know what I'm going through right now. I'm just kind of wondering. I ain't ever gonna put my finger on what it's gonna be next. When I say I wonder, my mind just goes with a big wide open blank, and I just see the room around me like, which one am I gonna embody next? I mean, that's what's great about being a human is you have the freedom to change things. A plant, it's stuck to its programming. Put the seed in the ground, water it, gets sunlight, grows up, becomes a tree, produces fruit, whatever the case. That's its programming. It's going to do what it does in its environment, whether it survives or not. Well, that all depends, and we're aware of that kind of stuff. Life just takes a little bit of water, and it can produce something. And people are always going to be left asking questions. I'm just going to be waiting for the next miracle. I don't need to understand it. I get it. I get how things this do this, it affects that, that affects this, and it gets complicated. But you are free to change your programming. You can change. You might have been doing something the same way for 20, 30, 40, 50 years. You can change if you choose to. If you have the will, you choose, you want to, you desire to, you have a motivated reasoning, you write out a plan, you say, I'm going to start on this day, you give yourself a couple of weeks to get ready for it. I don't know, go buy yourself some chips or a soda or whatever you like to enjoy and Have a good little siesta, a little extended siesta that goes into a slumber party or something. I'm just saying. And then boom, you start. Okay, this day, that's it. That's when we're doing that. And every day you keep working towards that, keep working towards that, you keep working towards that, and the whole world is going to pull you back to where you were. And even when that moment comes, you're still working on that future you desire and love, that you dream in, that you know this is my North Star, this is my passion, this is my drive. Because the universe is going to go, well, he had it when things were bad, he had it when things were good, and now he changed his mind, and he was doing bad, he rejected it. He's doing good. We offered it back to him, and he said no, he doesn't want it. No, he will not accept it. No, he does not. He will not eat green eggs and ham, he said, anywhere. Oh, yeah. Well, we have to change his destiny then. I know. All right, I'll get to work. And they change your future because you say, I will not accept this. They're not going to let you starve to death, okay? Look, it's not going to happen. Faith, truth, belief. Yes, are there people starving to death? There are. You can change that. You're like, I don't have money. I'm not going to freaking send money. I'm not asking for your money, and I'm not telling you to send your money to nobody. But the power that you generate with the emotions that you have, you can change somebody's future. You can imagine children fed in those areas of the world wherever a disaster goes. You can actually send positive energy that's actually going to feed people. It's going to create a miracle because we are gods and angels to each other. You don't like yourself with the construct of us, God? Okay, we're a bunch of angels to each other. Is that okay? You're like, nah. Well, we're from God. How about that? Okay, we all got that, and we can all share that shine. And if we can talk to God in our heads, if you could talk to the divine almighty up above, mama and papa, and be like, "Boo, that's what you saying," and you didn't say nothing, you didn't write nothing down, and you got a miracle back, that's telepathy. And if you can telepathize with some grand creator being, you can certainly do it with the guy next to you or the sister next to you. Come on. If you can do it outside the planet, I'm sure you could do it inside the room. You know what I'm saying? Come on now. So that's what we're connecting with. We're connecting with each other. Our thoughts are going to resonate our future, and we create a beautiful future. Up until now, they continually have fed us one narrative: songs, media, wars. From the stage to legitimate conflict of countries, they have painted a future of fire. I urge you, paint a future of beauty, of happiness, of fed tummy. Everybody got their food, their home, a beautiful future for all of us. That energy, that is the future that you can create. And that you can change on your own life. You can change the direction of your growth. You can be like, I don't like the way I was growing. Those were bad attitudes, bad habits. Those were not doing good things. I looked at my own past. That was not, I did the calculate. That was my past. I calculated what will be my future. Not a good trajectory. I'm going to change that bend. I'm going to correct that path. So I'm going more in the direction that I do desire to go. And that starts with your good heart. master over it. It was interesting on my journey after I was in it for some years because everybody already took everything from me, said they didn't want to be part of my life. So I already lost everything at this point on that spectrum of everything: people, love, life, family. And I read this Egyptian story. I forget to who exactly, and and some people may know it, but I've got my own story of it. It's my own version of it. There's more details to it. I don't remember all the details as it's written out, but I felt such a connection, but I had nothing to go back to, so I didn't return the book. I kept the book. And this story is cross culture. The story, I've read it elsewhere, but in their own versions. Anyways, the story goes a little something like this. There's this man, and he was seeking after forbidden knowledge, forbidden wisdom, things that were kept a secret and concealed from the everyday world. And he found a tomb. He's a Kemetic man. He found some papyrus scrolls, and he found out which tomb he needed to go to. He had certain materials to make an offering and some words to say. So the man does this. He leaves his wife and his children, his home and his kingdom behind, and he goes off on this search for himself for this tomb. He finds the tomb, opens it up, goes in, breaks out the materials, sets them up, makes the offering, says the words, and the spirit manifests before him, quite palpably, immaterial though. And the spirit presents a challenge to him. I think it's something along the lines of, I think it's a riddle. I think it's 3 riddles or 3 of something. And the man, he's able to best the spirit. He's able to do what he needs to prove what he needs to prove, do what he needs to do. And he solves it, answers it, whatever the case, does it. And the spirit essentially gets this book and he literally presents it forth, and the man reaches out and the book has substance. And the man has the book, and the spirit said, all your answers are within. The man has possession of this book. He departs, he goes back home, and his kingdom is not exactly overthrown or anything of that sort, but his wife and his children are dead, and his home is destroyed. And he finds somebody who knows a thing or two. He told him the truth. And this older man, this wise older man, he said, return the book and double the offering and leave extra behind.
So the man did, took the book back, made the offering, called out the ghost, the spirit. Spirit came forth, tried to return the book to the spirit. Spirit wouldn't take it. But upon leaving the offering and the book, the man didn't turn around, though before the man left, the book vanished. The spirit took it back. The man returned back to town, back to his kingdom. His house was there, his children, his family, his kids were there. They were alive, everything was okay. But I didn't have a family to go back to. Everything was already destroyed. Everything was already pillaged, taken, owned. However people like to word things these days. They decided they didn't want me to have it. That's what she wanted. So I'm not going to fight. I'm not going to fight. I've done enough fighting already in my life. I'm not going to fight. Before I even got married, I'd done enough fighting. I don't need to do that. And so I walk with information. It's interesting to do something that you've never heard anybody else doing. You've never heard talk about it. You've seen ingredients of things around, but I did things, had repeatable results over and over and over. And I'm like, damn, I'm onto something, man. I'm gonna keep following it. I follow positive results. I don't care what if I got positive results with something and it's helping, it's good, I'm gonna keep moving with that. If it's bad, oh, I don't want those results. No. But if it's good, sure, let's keep building. Let's keep moving. I don't know where it goes. I don't know what I'm building, but I see good things coming from putting different elements together. And then a year after that, a year after those results, I see something, or I should say a year after I started doing that and getting those results, I saw a documentary with scientific evidence verifying what I was doing and experiencing. And essentially it had to do with turning grapes into raisins. I put up a bunch of videos and then I just got tired of it after, I don't know, it was day 40 or 30 or whatever. I don't remember. But, and I've got, that's a bigger one. I should just move the phone and show you. I'll just show you. See, these are literally grapes that turn to raisin on the vine. I don't do anything special other than living my life and doing the mantras and stuff that I do and got my altar. Literally, that's if I leave a bunch of grapes hanging up in my environment, they do not get moldy. They do not get bugs living on them. They turn to raisins. It gets in the way of the light, but they're squishy. You want to see the room? But yeah, like that's what winds up happening in my environment. So when I start getting, I mean, I grew up in my whole life and they turn mushy and they get bad, even in the fridge or anything, except the freezer, of course. But in my environment, that's what they turn into. So I've been experiencing just different things and I follow those results and then I find scientific evidence to back that kind of stuff up. I'm going to keep working on it. I don't care what somebody's opinion is. I know what I got. I know what I'm doing.
I know the kind of heart I have, and I know what bad stuff feels like. I've been around bad stuff plenty in my life. They're called humans, and they've done me dirty plenty. And all I had to do was pay attention. And once I started paying attention, oh my goodness. But in everything I do, I chase love. I chase that goodness. And if it feels good and positive, then, bro, that's what I'm going to jump into. See, like right here, like from Kemetic to the continent I'm on, one got their feathers going down, one got their feathers going up. Ain't much of a difference. If you ask me, that's my water filtration system. That yellow orangish on top, that's the stuff from that's left over from the water. That's on the top filter. And then it goes down, it has that filter inside. This one in here. That one. And that one has, it alkalines it and gets a lot of the other bad stuff out of it. And then that further alkalines it and remineralizes it. And then I got a lot of stones underneath because it's hollow underneath. So I put a lot of stones under there. That's D. Oh, it almost looks like they're touching, but they're not touching. That's interesting. Right there, see? Nope. A lot of it was gifts. The tapestries I bought from tarot readings I had done, and copies of my book that I sold. And I wanted to create an Egyptian experience. I wanted to be in an Egyptian temple. And are you going to find an Egyptian temple anywhere? Nope. So I had to make my own. And I went to a Hindu temple and I learned how they do stuff at their temple. Not that I'm all, know all my P's and Q's per se, but I know what I'm doing. I do. I got positive, solid results. And so I recreated my own little shrine, my own sanctuary, my own temple, and I perform my ceremonies every single day, just like the priests would do at the temple. That every single day they go over it, they stand by themselves and they go over the ceremonies. And I would go every single day and I'd be part of these ceremonies. It would be like just the priest and myself. And that was it. And I'm just like, why aren't more people here a part of this? And I had to make this my life. I was like, boom. There, who, how do I want to spend my days every single day?
I want to resonate positive energy and send it out to the world. And if there's anything negative, I want to go ahead and capture it and get it out of here or take care of it. Maybe it just needs to be rehabilitated and fed, and maybe it's not all that bad. It just wasn't doing good, you know? And so, in those kind of ways, um, I've got my mantras, I've got my words of power, I go over my ceremonies and all of that, and I do my jams and live the temple life that I desire to have, the Egyptian temple, as much as I can, at least for myself. Um, and there's a lot of stuff I got. They're gifts, complete straight up gifts that I was given. Some things that were completely free from like a shop, you know, and then like they have a free basket or whatever. There's this one resale shop I go to, and they had this basket, this whole stand by the door, and it was like free stuff because it was from like the seasons they couldn't get stuff rid of stuff. And so sometimes I get stuff from there. Man, they're a great place, man. I'll tell you what.
Definitely a real person. Thanks for the compliment. Um, um, I'm good on readings. That one was pretty decent earlier. You know, you don't know, but you're gonna know if you hang around. I'd be walking down the street, and I swear I see cars, man, and I know they like $100,000 plus cars. These cars like a fucking nice cars. And I ain't saying that's the neighborhood I live, but I've been in some areas and I'd be walking down the street going wherever I'm going. And these cars, you could hear their engine coming. They'd be flying. And they would slow down, literally, under the speed limit, cruising by me. You got the $100,000 plus sports car. I just got some old rags on me. some stones, seeds, pearls. And they're slowing down to take a gander at me. I'm happy so I could take a gander at the sweet car. Haha, nice ride. You have that happen to you more than once. It happens for long enough, you can start thinking. Philosophy and all that. They could buy something. They could buy something that their mind that is within their body can be within. And I got something worth them. I mean, they're pretty perfect. I would imagine somebody who's own got a car like that, got some shit in this world going on, you know? You know what I'm saying? Like, on the positive. I'm not dogging it. I got something. I got something. But it ain't even my clothes. My clothes is I'm trying to express my mind and my heart to you in every facet I can through my actions, my words, my dress, my appearance. That's what I've been trying to do since I've been on this planet. Since I've been 5 years old. I'm just trying to show the world my heart the best I can express it that they will understand it. And I spent years getting it wrong. I thought that was the thing to do. Nope. That was the way to show it. Nope. That was the way to do it. Nope. Nope. I'm getting closer and closer though. I ain't never given up on it. And so now, for my particular room in my space that I've been doing, regardless, there was one time anyways, I had to walk the streets in the past without a roof over my head, but I was able to store my stuff for that time in any regard. In any regard, I wind up setting up my room in the same fashion. Thereabouts. It changes for each environment as it needs to, of course. Although, I like to think that if somebody comes and visits or hangs out or whatever the case, that they got a view within my mind of my heart. For as much as the imagery could input, if a picture is worth 1,000 words, then my time is limited. So then my words go into images because I can share more in images than I can in letters. Goes for you too. That's the construct of my language in all reality. Before I got into Japanese, before I got into hieroglyphs, before I got into tarot, before I knew numerology, before any of that. In this language I present, they have characters. They actually have characters, and so one may be able to use a picture to reference its long completeness of understanding. Then one could write it out faster than having to write out letters individually. They could use it mathematically. And thus I actually do in the back. I'll show you a page here in which I do just that, and I show the mathematics. I'll show the simple one. I'll show you from simple to complicated. So essentially, we get these two characters, which would have their own independent meanings, their own words, okay?
And so then essentially, like, we apply those together mathematically. One plus the other, one plus the other equals A. A is the understanding. Okay, so then we get this formula, and we can work it and understand it in a, or oh, I'm sorry, that I'm getting other ones, but these are other ones. And so you have your whole meaning right here. This would be the word. This would be the new word, and then that would be its total meaning, rather than having to speak independent words. And so then I haven't designed the characters for these ones yet, but this is the next phase. And anyways, and so then I get into complicated. So now we got three, and how its meaning would change, or how if how it would be, on its side or whatever. And I explain that out, and then we get into the complicated one. You see that one at the top right here? I call it a grapheme. And so you got all, I know the camera's backwards here, but you got all the characters, so it's a whole bunch of them, and then they're all there, all their formulas leading to their ultimate meaning, that mathematical conclusion, and all their ways of how to get there. And because these are, that's how to get to, that's the formula to get to the meaning. And so essentially you have the shorthand meanings of the words down here, so you can actually see how I'm adding it together. And then you can actually see, all those added together equals the new word and the new meaning. So, like, legitimately, I made the language to where it could be utilized. Literally, that's. I got into studying Jewish after this. After this, the Hebraic, and or whatever the correct words are. I don't study something if I'm not keeping up with it every single day. Like, I forget the specifics, but the Hebrew language, and then moving into Egyptian, because in all reality, they were Egyptian. I mean, like they lived within, they intermingled, they had the way of life. Literally, the ceremonies match up. The bull, the divine mother, everything. The Apis bull, the divine father, all of it connects. And um, and so I started getting into hieroglyphs, and I found the books of how to be able to read and write hieroglyphs. So I got into reading and writing hieroglyphs. Something says you want to see my book. So then, see if I can find it real quick. Should be the forefront, if I'm not mistaken. No, before that, after that. What's your sound? Oh, was it before? There it is. See? I got into reading and writing hieroglyphs themselves, the meanings, the symbols, all of those things and whatnot. Like, I started going through all of that myself. And literally, like, because I found the books, I found the information on those, like, legit meanings in how everything. And I got so far with hieroglyphs, and then I hadn't picked up my own book in so long, because I went through the Jewish, I went into the Egyptian, got into the hieroglyphs, and when I started putting together literally how they say hieroglyphs are read and written and put together was exactly how I developed the basis of which I formulated this language on. So I put the hieroglyphs down, I picked up my book, and I started getting into it deep. I started, what the fuck did I just write? I don't, and then I go back reading it, and I'm like, I I put it in the book, in the forward. Metatron put this
this worked together. Metatron was with me like a solid mug at this particular time. Not that he's went nowhere. He's like, I ain't going nowhere. I'm right here, bro. But right from him, like with his in the forward, I got him right here, man. Like it's Metatron that really gave uh, this information to me. And I pinned it, and I was instructed, guided to add my own experiences because there was nothing to connect it to. There's no anchor point. It was like learning subject matter without subject. It's just, and so I added in the personal experience, the emotion that was attached with that experience, and boom, the definition expounded and became what it is. And um, you can actually read. And oh, if you want a copy of it, um, you just gotta send me an email. I'll send you a free copy of my book. And if you're wondering, a free PDF copy. If you want a hard copy of it, it's available on Amazon.com. You can go to Amazon.com, literally my email, etc. That's the name of the book, and you'll pull it up. But yeah, in any regard, that that's when I had to really get into what I was actually processing and doing. And once I saw it on a whole nother level and started working with it mathematically like I had intended it to be, I took it to another level. That's the 10th final edition. It'll have pictures. It'll probably be double the price because it's supposed to have a lot of pictures. You're essentially like as you read through the book, you're gonna see my journey from like normal dress, getting a little bit more getting a little, going a little weird, a little this, a little that, and like you see my dress shift, you see my style of my being shift in time with the learning. So you're like, whoa, like you can kind of put it all together. Anyways, but I don't know when I'll get to that. I gotta get money together and get a keyboard and fix some stuff on my laptop, blah, blah, blah. Anyways, um, but that was the valuable, yeah, that's what I want to put in together. Receiving, um, that's what really connected me with it beyond some gods or some magic or some shit like that. That's what made it real for me. That's what shit. And when you connect with something that you hear that's spiritual, when you connect with something on that level in regard personally, when you read something, know that you had a real connection with that. Whether it be the Christian Bible with their accounts, whether it be on the Indian side on their accounts, whether it be to some ancestors of my own on this side on the Indian side, Cherokee and Lakota, some others in there, yeah. And it means you walked that path. You had an ancestor that walked that path. You had a past version of you that walked that path. There's a future version of you looking out for yourself. That's the secret I've learned on my journey. There's a future version of you. They're the ones secretly sending you a bunch of blessings and cues. Because who knows you best other than you? And you've lived yourself in multiple incarnations as mother, father, son, daughter, this, that, da da da da da da da. But the soul puts together what we wind up being able to do, the anomalies that we brush off with common sayings. Oh, it's just that. Oh, it's just that. There are actual magical things that are happening. that are only happening because you're putting yourself back together. You're remembering who you are. And that doesn't necessarily mean specific memories. It does include that at particular junctures in one's life. Though it means that you're finding all the aspects of yourself that were preserved in the world somewhere, somehow. Whether good or bad, it doesn't matter. It was preserved. It's there for you to grab back. Not to steal, not to take somebody's physical possession, but to realize an ability that you have. And once you have an ability, it don't matter where you go. Shoot, you know how to make the tools you need to build what you know how to do. That's how good you know what you do. You can continue your work anywhere. That is a master builder. A master is somebody who is not sidetracked by distractions, problems, disillusions, feedback from others. A master is someone who is going to continually work forward to the effort and complete the task at hand because it is a craft that they have, it is ability that they know, and as the saying goes, there ain't no more box. There ain't no more box. Once you a master, there ain't no more box. That box was a book. I don't care what it had to offer you or tell you or share with you or what book it was. It was just a box. And it helped you realize a reality that is in existence, a reality that you can work with without needing the physical thing in order to go, you can live it naturally, just as a person that you are, without trying to force anything. I find the things that I wind up failing at consistently over and over and over, I'll tell you straight up, I give up on it. I got a rule in my book. I forget the word off the top of my head, but the meaning of it is 2 to 3 is the key to victory. So if I pick up something new, something completely new, within the first 2 or 3 tries, if I have 2 successive or 3 successive results, like if I have two positives or 3 positives, whatever, if I have 2 wins, 2 successes, I'm gonna keep working with that. If I have 2 losses, I'm just gonna stop. I might try the 3rd time, but after that, I'm done. Unless, like I said, with something new. If it's something new, well then that's just, I don't like working with that. I don't work with that. I don't know what, it's not familiar. If I'm going to learn it, then I literally have to cancel everything out of my life and put my sole attention to absorb that completely. That's what I have to do in order to learn that new. And that means stopping about 20 things I got going on right now. So usually, that's why I like finding masters. I like finding fellow masters in their own craft, because that master can go run and do what they do and I don't have to think about it or worry about it. We can chat and be like dot dot dot, throw some ideas back and forth, help each other, whatever the case or situation, but we can build together. Yeah, that's to me, that's the future that I continually work and strive for. I want to be surrounded by masters, by philosophers, by people of intelligence. How much the world would improve. How many more friends we would have and be happy to hang out with people because they're nice and respectful and intelligence, generally speaking, is aware of some respect in the room. Whoever it is, child, elder, mother, whatever. And hey, if that respect is like, you want to talk about that stuff, you could go somewhere else, but this ain't the room for it. That ain't a subject matter here. Not that we're telling you to shut up, but if you want to keep talking, you can go that way. And if we have to leave, we'll take off and keep talking about what we talk somewhere else. And leave you to you. people are often. Yesterday I was speaking about results. Results show everything. When you're trying to help somebody understand a lesson, so there's a word in here that talks about this very thing. There's many times with the healer, the teacher, the exploring teacher must employ awareness of the situation I'm getting involved in, the fact that I may need to disconnect. I'm going to be personable. I'm going to say hello. I'm going to spill my guts. I'm going to be me. I'm going to do what I do. I'm going to be respectful. I'm going to try to watch my toes, but I can't tiptoe all day long. My toes won't get tired. I want to use the whole of my foot if I can. But I already know that I've set a limit on how much good I'm going to do. I already set a limit on how much negative I'm going to accept. And then I'm disconnecting emotionally, physically, and in every other way. And continue on my way. And those things are important in life to be aware of. Because some people we want to come in and help, and along the way we wind up thinking we have, like, some marriage commitment made. But in all reality, we were there to share, to learn, and when those good times run out, boom, it's time to move on. Accepting the loss as a teacher is the most powerful lesson you'll ever learn. A healer does not want to accept that their loved one or the one they're healing, that they can't heal. But the reality is as in with magic, is as in with everyday life, the person has to decide whether they want to be healed. A lot of people haven't even made that choice yet. And continued effort can do a lot more bad and harm than the good that is intended. And so a loss, accepting a loss, is an acceptable thing. It alleviates harm going out and rippling into the universe. And at least what I'm on a mission of is preserving peace. Swallow up the negative, transmute it into positive, and establish a ripple effect of peace, a butterfly effect of peace and love. And that's what I strive for at every moment of my life. That's what I've been striving for. I used to know somebody, and they said practically every day that all they wanted in their life was peace. But their own actions created chaos within their life. And after 6 years of failing to be able to communicate that effectively, that's when I gave up and I started planning my exit. I gave up. I tried for 6 years. I gave up 6 years. I sacrificed totally. I did my spiritual thing, but that was within those 6 years. That's when I learned there is no 3 strikes you're out. There is no 2 strikes you're out. Behavior tells me everything. Words are truth. They're not spoken in jest. If you wanted to say a joke that was going to make me laugh, why didn't you joke about something else other than me being hurt? Because the question didn't need to be asked, because I already know the answer. And that's why accepting reality for what it is not easy. Seeing people for who they are is not easy, because just because you see beyond the veil, just because you see beyond their outfit and their costume to hide from all that worry and trouble and all that sorrow and everything going on inside, doesn't mean that they can, doesn't mean that they have. And if they ain't seen it, well, they got plenty of mirrors. That means they don't want to see it. It's not up for me to try to convince them or make them or anything. If anything, I could have shared a moment, said something positive, been some anomalous viewing they thought was AI. uh, and say have a blessed night or a blessed morning wherever you are. I spent quite some time and I was outside the majority. My life was around other people consistently, constantly, surrounded. But alone, nonetheless, just like you've experienced, just like you know. But in those moments, I'd like you to know that when those moments strike, you're, you may be alone in that room, but your soul is connected. You are surrounded. Your mind and your heart is exactly where it should be. We can't control exactly where our bodies go or who they're around. A lot of us are stuck in certain situations. There's one guy I knew and we hung out a bunch and he's like, oh, but my dad this, oh, but my dad that, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, man, just do what you want, man. Well, let me just say I went to go live with somebody of his um, family's background. And I didn't realize there was a 9 p.m. curfew. Yeah. 40 plus years old. I got a curfew now. Well, I didn't hold up to that too well. And I didn't know about it in the beginning. And by night number 2, I was out. My shit, I was told get out. I was in another city and I had to wait a week to get back home. I had to go find somewhere else, literally off the side of the road, and just hang out and be. And I understood for myself. That's why my friend was the way he was and said what he said. But my dad this, but my dad that. Because if he did anything other than what his dad said to do, his dad would kick him out the house. He'd have nothing. Not a roof over his head, not a meal to have, nothing. He'd have nothing. Taught his child how to be weak, how not to provide for himself, how not to care for himself, and said, if you don't do what I tell you to do, then you're out. Just like a God, just like the story in that old book. Oh, you didn't do what I said. Get out. You're exiled. I thought you said I was gonna die today. Fucking turn night and I'm alive the next day? What the fuck? You lied. You lied. Tell me who the deceiver is in that story. Man shifts history, the victor rewrites history. That much I've learned. So as much as for I can for my life, I'm gonna live for my ancestors. And I know that the majority of people will not understand me, nor will they comprehend me, and that is acceptable and that's okay. I'm not storing treasures to make an empire on this world. I'm creating my future for my next incarnation in whatever body it is, not on this world, not on this planet. That's for sure. But I do care about my fellow human. I do care about people, and I do like to share things as much as I can that will be helpful. I like to help out my neighbor in need. I like to do the good thing as much as I can for my part. But understanding limitations, that's a part of the journey. Understanding one's limits and what they can actually do with their time. Sometimes the universe is trying to teach us something, and that's why everything else gets removed. Not because karma came, not because we're getting punished, but because we need to focus on something very specific. And we've been dilly dallying, we've been here, we've been there, we've been playing, we've blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. And the universe is like, all right, fine, removes it all. Just like a good mom and dad will, and say, that's the only thing you got to play with now. Go on, learn, go on. And we start getting some divine wisdom. We start learning how to be a better individual for ourselves and for the very planet itself. I said it before, I'll say it again. From all the spiritual work that I've done on that side of of the spectrum of the scale of that sort, it's all of that has reminded me to respect and honor the life around me, to respect and honor the death process, what people go through emotionally, the baggage they're walking with, they don't talk about, the pain that will never leave them, even if they poured tears for 36 hours straight. There'd still be more tomorrow. It'll never go away. But one beautiful truth I've learned is that their flesh may be gone, but they speak to us through people, through the plants, through the air, through the weather, and through all aspects. We just got to be optimistic, see that they can make a miracle for us happen. Know they are for us on our side. They are an angel in heaven, if that's the way you need to see it. And they are fighting the fine fight so that you could walk your proper spiritual path. So accept those easy wins when you get them. And don't rub insult to injury to anybody, even though they deserve it full-heartedly. At least that's my personal recommendation. To each their own. You got your own bed to lay in. Maybe you'd feel better at night knowing you said what you said, and me, I know me best, and you know you best. And that's why we follow each our own path, even though we come and hang out and share and intermingle and all the good stuff, jam. We are each our own and become our own masters in our own fields. Stupid stop motion said, hello, I absolutely love your eye makeup. Thank you. There's Sekhmet that I really do, I really was drawn to Sekhmet. She's a lioness. And I'll show you an image of her, of Sekhmet, or a little piece of her anyways, on my altar. And that would be Sekhmet right.
And so, like, for me, for my eye makeup, anyways, one time it just kind of went a little bit further than usual. And I was like, you know what? That kind of looks like a lion kind of look right there. And I really adopted the look, and I was like, boom, that's my look. That's what I like. That's what I'm going with. I like seeing a lion, a little tiger, a little in the mirror. But when I'm hanging out with people, I forget all about my makeup. I forget about stuff on my head or anything. I really do. And then I look at myself in the mirror or something, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I look like that the whole time. I wonder what they thought. But that's why we had a good conversation, because they were there was something positive there. Um, I'm just a kid with a Halloween outfit on. That's an understatement, but scaring away the demons. That's for sure. That's for sure. Um, I never got. I was in the Renaissance world. I was a Jehovah's Witness, born and raised. I've been to carnivals, all sorts of stuff, uh, theme parks. I'm not saying that to boast. I'm saying that because I've never had my face painted. I never had face paint. Never got henna. No, nothing like that. Never. And so for me, the eyeliner. I mean, that's my face paint. Boom. And there was this message I got from the divine ones. It was intuitional. It was heart and mind, thought, same time. Those kind of come when those kind of come through. That shit's on point. That shit, I follow that. I know that timing. Nothing. I know that time. I know that. Those things are, anyways. Those things are true and on point. Um, oh my goodness, that's a brain teaser in of itself. I'm switching subjects here, but so I can't remember it, so I have to let it go. If it comes back, it comes back. That's what it does. I accept it and I flow with it. So my words of power, I go over them, and when I read them, I'm reading them for like an hour and a half plus, or thereabouts. And so that's a lot of concentration. My mind does drift off at times. And literally, I'm looking at the page, my words are flowing. I know the words, and I'm like, I'm looking for where I'm going to pick up. Oh, boom, there I am. And, I can keep going on. And so for that amount of time, I'm focusing my attention on that, and yes, it builds the brain, but to challenge it, to continue chatting, just jumping from topic to topic, to be able to pull those back to mind and everything, it's like a constant brain teaser, because it's like, boom, the tank is empty, bro. How are you still going? Fuck, how am I still going? I'm trying to improve, because this is a brain teaser, so it's stretching my brain to be stronger. I'm growing my brain. So there's so many times that we're chatting, and my brain has hit a fucking dead end, and I know what I'm talking about, but I have no clue where I'm going afterwards. And sometimes I'm able to fill that out. Oh yeah, that's where I'm going. Boom, and I can take off with it again. And usually, I'm pretty darn good. I'd say I got a good 90% plus, a solid 95% or so.
remembering everything that I wound up letting go of, like quite like in Johnny on the spot. And I'll pull him back later, but and uh, it can be a fun life if you treat it that way, if you entertain it that way, if you choose to live it by that way. What you fight for, what you mentally fight to achieve, what you emotionally build to achieve is to be able to keep your focus amidst everybody else's distractions. Even forgetting your own cue. You know your own heart. And that's enough. Oh, there we go. And okay, so if you were sticking around, so essentially, so what the spirit told me that jumped into my heart and my mind at once was that said, keep your mask on. I had seen the movie Lone Ranger, and it was that night or the next morning. I think it was the next morning, and it was like, keep your mask on. And I was like, I know it's not talking about a fake mask because I don't wear no fucking fake mask. And I was like, you gotta be talking about my eyeliner because that's my mask. Rawr. And so, by the spirit's direction, really, that's why I wear it. There's been some times where it was like, okay, you can go a couple. I think I went a couple times live without my makeup on or without the eyeliner. I just wear eyeliner, and I tell you what, if you want to make your eyeliner last a long time, I 48 hours solid. Where is it? I got the little container up here somewhere. If I can't find it, I'll skip it. Well, I'll still explain it, but it's the eyeliner that's like in the little vial, and you use the little brush to apply it. It's like a gel or whatever. It's not a gel, but you know what I'm saying. If you do eyeliner in the little glass jar, the little black lid, and then use that one to start. You put that one on first, and then you use a liquid eyeliner afterwards. The liquid like seals in the other stuff. Like I let the first one dry first completely, and so it's like I'll do one in the morning, and then I'll do the second one in the evening or something like that, and then literally it freaking stays on overnight, like everything, and like it's fucking solid. Anyways, Suishi. Um, I mentioned this to somebody else earlier. Suishi, do not, don't silence anybody's comments. Ever. Don't. Don't. Because the messages there were some messages that I appreciate you deleting, but there were some that you totally did not need to do. Um, so, thank you. And to any fam that's here, just um, I've said it before, and I'll say it again. And but there's only one reason people's comments need to be deleted, and there's too many comments being deleted. I don't care if somebody's talking negative about me. I don't care about that. I'll take it. Now, if they're spamming one word over and over and over, that's one thing. But thank you, thank you, thank you. Ooh, okay. Boom, I love it. I hope you're still here. G Funk Double OG. He said, what the fuck did I stumble onto here? Alright. Hello, my friend fellow. Your mind may be a little curious, so please feel free to go delirious as we follow this harmonizing chorus, tantalizing that inner force. You can be anything you want to be, and you can dream up anything you desire to imagine. Your mind is the key, opening the heart to see, allowing the unity of both thought and deed. That's what this one's about. I thank you for being you. You make this world what it is. You're part of the world. I remember being a teenager, and those days were magical in a multitude of ways. I remember being a kid, climbed to the top of trees, make clubhouses and tree houses. My mind was always in the clouds. It was always sailing off somewhere else. I knew I was alone in the room, so why don't I go for a voyage? Ain't like anybody's looking for me anyways. And you can go on a journey in this world that will leave you more than fulfilled, with every answer, every question answered. It just requires if you're willing to speak the truth and accept the truth. When you know it, when you feel it, and when you see it. No matter what, no matter who tries to convince you to say something different, because things will go better. The truth truly will set you free from everybody's lies. The truth will set you free from everybody's lies. That is the complete sentence of that quotation. Much love, many blessings, and may we all create a beautiful, beautiful, pleasant world that has generations untold and uncount of continuing into the future. Catch her around tomorrow, 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Donna de Gawai.